piracy incidents in its territorial waters over the past 4 years. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, attributed the achievement to Deep Blue projects and improved collaboration among security agencies. Speaking at the graduation ceremony in Rivers State, the minister also announced the deployment of 492 new maritime security personnel to strengthen safety, combat maritime crimes, and boost confidence in Nigeria's shipping industry. The Central Bank of Nigeria says banks yet to meet recapitalization requirements will continue operations as they address legal and regulatory hurdles. The CBN Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, said 33 banks have already met the new capital thresholds, describing the process as a sign of strong investor confidence in Nigeria's economy. He added that the affected banks are not weak but face procedural delays, while assuring that the banking sector remains stable and business operations continue normally. The Central Bank of Nigeria has raised over 892 billion naira in its latest Treasury bills auction as investors rushed for long-term government securities. Total subscriptions hit nearly 2 trillion naira, with the one-year bill attracting the highest demand at 1.84 trillion naira. Investors are favoring higher yielding risk-free assets amid expectations of continued monetary tightness and economic uncertainty. Electricity distribution companies, that's DISCOs, installed more than 241,000 meters across Nigeria in February 2026. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission shows the national metering rate rose slightly to 58.57% in February. Despite the progress, over 5 million electricity customers remain unmetered, continuing to face estimated billing that has sparked widespread consumer complaints across the country. All right, that's it for the business news. Now we'll take a break, and when we come back, I'll be taking you through the markets. We'll definitely take you through what happened in the money market yesterday and how we will be shaping up this morning. Do stay with us. This rate pause, how has the market taken it so far, or since it was expecting it? Was there any reaction at all?
What we've seen recently is investors continue to seek attractive yields. We've seen in secondary markets particularly, we've seen yields inch up marginally. You can link that to the consecutive inflationary pressures we've seen in March and April, higher inflation really compared to the 11 months of deceleration that I had mentioned earlier. So market players have continued to expect or anticipate higher yields, and that's what we've seen generally in the fixed income space.
Okay, so for someone watching like now, an investor now, what kind of position should that person take? Because it seems that we're going to be on a tight monetary stance for a while. Because we saw the hawkish stance, however that it was paused, it's still hawkish, by the central bank. But the tone of Olayemi Cardoso coming from the MPC yesterday is that, okay, we're still hawkish, but we're not relaxing yet. We're still watching the situation.
Yes, I think for investors who continue to see a cautious stance, there's not much clarity in terms of direction of rates in the fixed income space. If you look at
in today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays live on AIT and on.
Back to the program, let's quickly take you through the markets. The financial markets, I must start with, closed Thursday because today is the last day of trading, at least for Nigeria. There are some markets that trade over the weekend, especially those in the Middle East. The market closed on Thursday with a mix of caution, liquidity movement, of course, global tensions and investor optimism. But the biggest story in the market is this: if capital is still looking for where to feel safe, and that is actually number one. As an investor, you will want your money to be safe. So, but let's start here in Nigeria. In the money market, we saw system liquidity remaining strong, although banking system cash positions are moderated slightly. System liquidity closed at a net long position of 5.69 trillion naira, down from 6.21 trillion naira. And that tells you that there is still significant cash in the system. But the central bank continues to absorb excess liquidity aggressively. The open repo rate, that's what you're seeing here. In case you're wondering what OPR means, it held steady at about 22%, while the overnight rate, money when we're sleeping, overnight rate slightly rose to 22.18%. For businesses and consumers, this means that borrowing conditions still remain tight, but credit, and showing us that credit is still expensive. Just on Wednesday, the MPC retained rate at 26.5%, and access to cheap capital remains a major challenge for the real economy. And that brings us to the fixed income markets. The central bank OMO auction saw extraordinary demand. The CBN offered 600 billion naira across 33-day and 138-day instrument, but investors submitted over 3.7 trillion naira in bids, and that's a massive oversubscription. What does that signal? Of course, you can see it here. It was oversubscribed 6.2 times. What does that signal? Like I said earlier, it signals that investors are still chasing high yield, relatively safe, like I mentioned earlier, naira assets, particularly in a high interest rate environment where preserving capital has become just as important as growing it. So, number one, you have to preserve, at least preserve your principal, like they say, then you grow first, then you grow later. But let's take a look at Treasury bills yields, also moderating slightly, while bond yields expanded marginally at the long end of the curve. And this suggests that investors are still cautious about longer-term inflation and fiscal risk. Inflation in Nigeria stands at about 15.6%, the last print for April. Let's take a look at the currency front. The naira recorded a modest appreciation at the official window, closing at 1,372 naira to the USD. That's $1 US dollar. More importantly, Nigeria's external reserves rose to 48.72 billion dollars. That reserve position is important. You know why it is important? Because it gives the central bank firepower to defend market stability. So the more foreign exchange reserves that we have, the more months of cover that we have, and it gives the CBN muzzle to defend the naira. But I told you on the show yesterday, according to Cardoso on Wednesday, that they are not really defending the naira aggressively anymore because the market, the FX market, is now liquid, at least liquid to carry it through, especially at a time when global capital flows remain volatile. All right, let's move to the Nigerian exchange and see how the markets are closed yesterday. Over the Nigerian exchange, we saw that the year-to-date performance was, okay, where is the year-to-date? Okay, the year-to-date performance is over 60% anyway. The market was up. We saw the all-share index gaining slightly 5 basis points. The year-to-date now stands above 60%, which remains extraordinary, I must say. Yeah, because the stock market at over 60% return this year, you minus 15.69%. Of inflation, you see, so it's still in the positive range, as well as even interest rates, 26.5% MPR. So, but like I always say, this is an encouraging advice. It's not an investment advice. So if you want to invest, seek more knowledge and go to professionals, and don't just go in there blindly. Stocks that led the advance on Thursday were names like Unilever, USCN, and International Brewers, as you can see right here, definitely. So you're seeing top gainers here. Can we take a look at the top losers very quickly? The top losers yesterday, we saw Beggar Paints, Dark Communications. Yeah, that communications was down about 9.9%. All right, let's take a look at other markets that were following through. Let's take a look at other markets very quickly. Okay, I would start by talking about Ghana, I must say. Ghana, as you can see here, economic activity expanded at 12.6%. Year on year. I did tell you yesterday that the Bank of Ghana kept MPR, that's MPR 14%, yes, if I'm not mistaken. And you can see that Ghana was upside by 0.26% at around 14,530 this morning. So for Ghana's economic activity, we saw it expanding 12.6% year on year in March, and that growth was driven by private sector credit, we've been told, consumer spending, industrial output, and trade. But interestingly, business and consumer confidence eased slightly. And what does that tell us? It tells us something important. People may see better numbers on paper, but they are still worried about the future cost of a living environment. And we can actually relate with that for those of us in Nigeria. Let's take a look at Angola. Something interesting came out from the country, which is that Angola has now overtaken Kenya to become Africa's 6th largest economy, according to the IMF ranking. Nigeria is number 4. Yes, we're having South Africa, we're having Egypt. Nigeria is just number 5. I can't remember who the 4th country is now, but Nigeria is number 4. At the time, we were the largest economy in Africa, but now we're hovering between 3 and 4, you know, with a GDP of about $300 billion. And why is this important for Angola? That's a major shift in Africa's economic ranking, and it also reflects how resource prices, energy exports, and currency dynamics are reshaping the continental economic order. Let's take a look at the U.S. now. Our markets are on track for another positive week. You can see green numbers here, despite volatility driven by rising treasury yields and Middle East tensions. If we take a look at European markets, they also moved higher, while investors are closely watch developments around U.S.-Iran diplomatic negotiations. In Asia, Japan's market rallied strongly, even as core inflation cooled more than expected. That reduces pressure on the Bank of Japan to raise interest rates aggressively. If we take a look at all prices, prices moved higher again, with Brent crude crossing $105 per barrel. And that is critical for countries like Nigeria because higher oil prices, of course, support government revenue, but they also raise global inflation risk. They also raise transport costs here in Nigeria. Your food go cost, transport money go cost. So that's why this figure here is very important. So don't just take it as if I'm just saying what I don't know or the number. Not be just ordinary number, because the higher it goes, the more government makes money, and we assume that when government makes money, they should channel it to investment. They should channel it to what will make our lives better. But we haven't seen really that. But once this also moves up, what it means is that the pass-through, the transmission, will still come to your transport fares. The amount of money you use for fueling your car will go higher. That's why we are seeing Dangote will adjust today. He'll bring down tomorrow. He will adjust today because this price is what is being watched. Brent crude, Nigeria's Bonny Light, and the other grades of crude oil. All right, so gold prices, can we see gold? Gold prices fell as high as oil prices, stronger treasury yields, and expectation of a more more U.S. rate cuts reduce demand for safe haven assets. So we're seeing that gold is trading at about $4,532 an ounce. So whether you're a business owner, like I'll be talking about in the next few minutes on how to succeed as a business founder, or whether you're an investor or a policymaker or just an everyday consumer, just as we say, Nigeria is a consuming nation, isn't it? Are we already productive? That will be another topic for another day. But the message from the markets this morning is clear. Capital is still flowing, but confidence remains fragile. All right, that's the much I can take on the markets updates this morning. Let's take a quick break, and when we return, it will be time for me to get into the conversation. We'll be looking at how to succeed as a business founder. Are you a business owner? Are you an entrepreneur? You need to listen in to the next segment, our interview segment. You might just get a few nuggets that will help. We'll be right back. Moneyline with Nancy, of course. This is the trusted source for in-depth conversation on finance, the economy, and everything in between. I am Nancy Nnaji.
The Abuja Treaty foresees that we have to adopt as Africa a linear model of integration of our market. We foresee, in terms of the agreement, that Africa one day will be a customs union.
That's a great question, Nancy. So you have basically two pillars here. There are things that you must do now because you are in an emergency situation. You have to provide helping hands to those who cannot cope anymore. The extreme poor people who cannot really afford to have food on their table. There is no time to wait for the perfect plan for them. You need to provide support immediately for them.
If the world wants to be more resilient, they need to deconcentrate supply chains and locate them. And why not relocate them in those regions that didn't have them in the first place? If you want to build resilience, it's not concentrating them again in another country.
How can you move your goods from point A to point B and demand? So it's also us educating our businesses, advocacy, the courage to trade, the courage. Nigerians have it.
I am Nancy Nnaji. Be the best you can be, and be the change that you want to see. This rate pause, how has the market taken it so far, or since it was expecting it, was there any reaction at all?
What we've seen recently is investors continue to seek attractive yields. We've seen in secondary markets particularly, we've seen yields inch up marginally. You can link that to the consecutive inflationary pressures we've seen in March and April, higher inflation really compared to the 11 months of deceleration that I had mentioned earlier.
All right, welcome back to the program. My guest is joining me right now. She is Wahimi Eribo. She is the founder of Zenfort Consulting. Good morning, Wahimi. Welcome to the program. Good morning,
Good morning, Nancy.
Yes, I can hear you now. How are you this morning?
Fantastic. I'm very well, very well. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, fantastic. Let's get started. And let me just ask you the first question, which is, what truly determines whether a business founder succeeds or fails in today's economic environment? Let's start from there.
I think it's a bouquet of different things, but one of the things I'll say, especially because we see the way Nigeria is evolving, One of the things that I'll say will be extremely important as we go forward will be for founders to be intentional about remaining in the regulatory landscape. And what does that mean? Ensure that your business is properly registered, ensure that you are tax compliant. Once you're able to cover those two first, there's already a kind of an umbrella, that covers you. And then moving forward, you then think about, building strong systems in your business. A lot of times we talk about systems and people just assume that, systems just means, one or two things. But systems is a bouquet of things, right? It's the processes within your business that actually affect your operations. It's the processes that affect your finances and how you deal with finances in your business. It's understanding what really happens in your business, right? What is coming in and what is going out. It's extremely important for founders and entrepreneurs right now, as we move forward with the way the world and economy is going, to ensure that they have all of those things properly covered out. And then one thing especially would also be to remain adaptive and be able to pivot when it is time to pivot. So a lot of times you find that businesses start from a place of emotion, from a place of passion, but passion is not enough really to be able to build successful businesses that not just outlive you, but also outlive what that vision that you have for your business as well. So it's extremely important that as you're thinking around the passion, as you're thinking around the vision, you must remain adaptive and be able to pivot when it is time to pivot. Especially, if we go back to COVID, we saw that was one of the things that was extremely important for businesses to succeed at the time. What needs to shift in your business? When do you need to shift? How do you need to shift? So these are some of the things that businesses and entrepreneurs must continue to think about as we move forward. A lot of people are stuck in that place and say, this is how I do it. This is the initial vision that I have. But one of the things that I always say is the goalpost never changes, but how you score the goal can change, right? So as businesses and as founders, it's extremely important. Yes, the vision for your business is there. You know what you're trying to achieve, but in the way that you need to get to that place, you must remain adaptive and malleable enough to be able to move when you need to move to ensure that your business really doesn't collapse.
Is entrepreneurship too expensive? Because everyone says that now you meet everyone, at least even a school leaver, yes, a graduate will be like, I want to do business. I want to do business. I don't want 9 to 5. But I always say, too, that not everyone is wired to be a business founder. You can do good even as a 9 to 5er. It's not compulsory that all of us must be entrepreneurs. There are some of us that should be entrepreneurs. There are some of us that will be very good 9 to 5ers. So from your own perspective, is entrepreneurship too expensive? And are we now using the word too loosely in Nigeria to say, I'm an entrepreneur, I own my own business? And if you see, even some of those businesses were born out of survivalist mindset or hustling. Many of us, what we even have is hustlers. That is hustling business, as it were.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Nancy. I think that's a very, very interesting question because a lot of times, businesses actually started from my house, or I found a problem in my house and I started to solve it, and I found that, this can be a business, and then I move it out, right? And just like you said, not everybody is wired to be an entrepreneur. True entrepreneurship in the way that entrepreneurship should be practiced is extremely, extremely expensive, which is why they will tell you, if you're even running a 9 to 5, before you start your business fully, make sure that you've gathered something enough to be able to support yourself and your family or whatever, before you move into entrepreneurship itself. It is expensive and it will take a lot more from you than you will expect. Entrepreneurship, you find, I'm sure you've heard too many stories of people who think, I want to go and start a business because I want time for myself. And then you end up seeing that you're actually working 247 every day of the week, every day of the month, right? So entrepreneurship is not as rosy as people think that it is if you want to do it the proper way, especially in an evolving economy like ours, in an evolving nation like ours, where there's almost no predictability in terms of how things are done, predictability in prices. You were just speaking about the prices of food and transportation going up. Sometimes today what you'll buy stock for and what you'll buy stock for in 2 weeks is not necessarily the same thing. but how are you going to adjust to ensure that you're able to stay within your profit limits and your profit margins, and ensuring that your business doesn't shut down, right? So entrepreneurship is extremely expensive. But what I would say is entrepreneurship goes beyond actually doing business. It's a mindset. And that mindset is, how am I solving problems? How am I solving real daily problems, but able to do it in such a way that it can scale? That's when it becomes proper entrepreneurship. A lot of us, just like you said, are running businesses, are really just trading. It's I sell X and I sell Y. You know, money comes in and we do the maths. Okay,
yeah,
this
trading.
is what I bought.
Exactly.
Exactly. You know, so a lot of us are trading. We're not necessarily running entrepreneurial organizations in a sense, but that's where the difference comes in. And people need to know that even before you start a business, there are a lot of skills that you get from being in another person's business or in another organization that you then take into your business to be able to ensure that you're able to run something successfully. Because you find that by the time you get into entrepreneurship or you get into starting a business, you're literally everything to that business, especially when you look at the MSME scale, right? You're everything to that business. You are the founder, you are the marketer, you are the social media manager, you are the one who goes to the markets to purchase everything, you are the procurement officer, you are literally everything. If you do not understand the way to build systems around your business, that business will not, it's two things. It's either it will die or it will never scale, because you are everything and the business cannot work outside of you. So being intentional about entrepreneurship from the beginning is extremely, extremely important. And you're going in, be clear on what exactly are you going to do. Are you going to trade? Are you just doing it because of money? And just like you said, a lot of the times it's survival. I can't find a job, so I start a business. I can't get the kind of job that I want, so I start, let me just start small. Let me start from my house. And then, from time to time, okay, I might want to expand here, expand there. And then a lot of times too, you find that a lot of people also start businesses because they see their neighbor doing it and it seems like the next person is making a lot of money. So, this is what is reigning now and everybody wants to go into it. If you, like I said, if you do not have the right systems and the structure to hold that business, it will fail, right? So I think just being intentional about it and understanding that, look, entrepreneurship is expensive. You will get to the point where you even have to pay your staff. You have to pay your vendors and you will not have 1 naira to your name, but you will have to keep going. Right? Okay. Because that's what entrepreneurship is. Yeah. So a lot of times I like to think that entrepreneurship is not you. There has to be some level of insanity to be able to do entrepreneurship, right? Ensure that you're able to push the way that you actually want your business to go.
While you were talking, something just hits me, which is you've talked about some of the things that as business founders we need to take note of. But does it transcend for even small businesses? Because you talked about structure. You talked about putting a system together. What kind of system or what kind of structure do you expect from a small business owner, someone that is a business founder now, and doing that, meeting the needs of the people, not that survivalist strategy, but genuine entrepreneurs, but they don't even have what it takes to build structure and what it takes to build a system quickly? What will be the advice to them? Because just like you said, the person I am the CEO, as I said, I'm the CEO of so the person is the CFO.
CEO and founder.
Yes, the person is the HR. The person is this, the person is that. So what kind of system can that person build within the limited capacity?
I think when we use the word systems and structure, the ecosystem has made it sound like such big words. But system and structure is literally, how do I do the things that I do in my business? Who does it? When is it done? And how, really, how is it done? So for a small business, as little as keeping financial records, and financial records, you don't even need to have a software or anything to do it. Excel sheet, in fact, start with your notebook as an SME, right? Start with a logbook. How much did I spend today? What did I spend it on? Who did I spend it to? Who did I pay? Or how did I pay? Did I pay by transfer?
Oh, okay. Oh, Wahimi has just gone off. All right, we'll try as much as possible to reconnect her again. That's Wahimi Aribo, the founder at Okay, I think I see her back. Wahimi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, your connection went off a bit. So continue, land on your point.
So,
okay, still same. Okay, you know what? We'll try to reconnect Wahimi again. We'll try to reconnect Wahimi, but let's take the Vox Pop. I don't know if she can also watch it. Let's take the Vox Pop. We went to the street to find out about this topic and take a look at what Nigerians had to say. Wahimi, if you can hear me, we'll come back to you. Just take a listen to this.
One of the ways to succeed as a business owner is being consistent. You know, you have to like show up always, and you also have to maintain that good customer relationship with your customers.
Aside the normal thing that people will tell you, patience, perseverance, I would say don't take no for an answer. Don't be scared to fail, because it's from failing that you know the areas that you need to get better at. Community helps a lot, especially if you're a woman like I am. Finding other female business owners, whether small or big, can really help you, inspire you. People to share your problems with, people to share your ideas with. I would say another thing that would help as a business owner is you yourself, your ethics as a business owner. Be professional and be truthful and be honest. I know in this country everybody likes to maximize profits, but too much awoof is bad. Do your stuff in moderation, be honest, and yeah, that's all.
You must be patient. Two, you must be concentrated, because a child who knows where he's going will never look back. Reckless spending will make you a loser. You will not say because I have established this business, your small service, you will finish it. And you must encourage patience. Two, you must be economical. People might look at a stingy person, but it's only when you get your target you can give out the small benefits you have. But for your capital, it's untouchable.
What I do to succeed as a business owner, number one that I will say is God. Without God, we go nowhere. Number two is consistency. And another thing, you mind how you spend, most especially your business money. You mind how you spend it, and you'll be serious about your business. It can be adverts, it can be telling people, it can be walking into shop and tell people what you do.
All right, you've heard from respondents that we had to go to the street to find out what Nigerians think. Wahimi, are you there? And can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, I can hear you. Did you watch that? Did you see what we brought back?
I did.
Good. So
I did.
So let me just take them, at least for people that are watching, or in case you're just joining us. Because I had to write down what a lot of them, what they were saying. Show up always, good customer service, don't take no for an answer, don't be scared to fail, have a community. That came from the lady there. Ethics, imbibe good ethics, be professional, truthful, be honest, consistency, mind how you spend your business money, be patient, be economical. Capital, don't touch your capital. Then, most importantly, God. So what do you have to say about all this that these business owners have told us? And if you can also land on your previous point, but let's take it from here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. I think all of them were spot on. All of them were spot on. But one of the things I really want to hammer on will be the person who spoke about community. And it's extremely, extremely important right now for founders, for business owners to be a part of some community or business support organization or the other, or be a part of a cluster, because we're beginning to see that there's a lot of targeted support that is going to communities. There's also the need for peer-to-peer learning. So a lot of times people talk about mentorship, and you're looking for mentorship from someone who has probably gone way ahead of you, is more successful than you. But we
Okay. It seems Wahim is next. Okay.
Who understands who is dealing with the same issues as you, who understands, the struggles that you're going through at the same time. So for founders who are listening, for business owners who are listening, it's extremely important that you be a part of something. Learn collaboration. Nobody can do business isolated anymore. You cannot. There's a lot of information that is out there. There's a lot of support that is coming from government, that is coming from development partners, both local and international. If you stay in isolation, you're not going to be able to access those information, and you're not going to be able to benefit from those information. So I think just the leverage on what everyone who was interviewed said, completely spot on, very, very spot on. But please ensure that you're part of a business community or business support organization that you can leverage really to access, funding, to access technical support, to access, some form of mentorship or the other that you probably need to be able to run a successful business. Let me just take it back quickly to what I was speaking about, because I think it was an important point that you raised in terms of systems and structure, right? So for an SME who is not up there, who is not even dealing in millions or billions and is thinking, what does system and structure really mean to me? It's really simple, like I was saying. When you think about financial records, right? How are you writing down you don't even need to have a computer to do it. You can take a notebook, literally a notebook, and write it every day. How much am I spending? What am I spending the money on? What am I buying? How am I spending this money? Am I paying by cash or am I paying by transfer? Or did I use a POS? Because you need to be able to track every cent that leaves your business. And it's the same way. You need to track every cent that comes into your business as well. So if somebody paid you for a good or paid you for a service, how are you writing it down? How did the person pay you? Are you owing anybody change? Did you take any money from anybody that you need to go back? Did you add your personal finance to it so that you can deduct when it is time to deduct? Because that's an issue that we also see. A lot of people are not able to separate both their personal finances and their business finances. And that's where we see a lot of problems. When we also talk about system, we also then talk about, how things are being done in the business. And I was using the example of someone who is running a cosmetic business, and maybe you have 4 brands. You have maybe a shea butter cream or a lotion or a shampoo. How do you create that product? What are the steps you need to create that product? There's something that we call the standard operating procedures. And we throw around a lot of big words, but these words are, the idea behind the words are not as big as these words are, right? So for a small business, it's literally, okay, I want to make 10 bars of soap today. If I mix 1 liter of water and 2 liters of X and 3 liters of X, by the time I'm done and I'm able to pour them into 500 ml containers, how many of these do I get? That's literally what systems and structure is about. How do you ensure that everything in your business can be replicated in such a way that whether you are there or you are not there, your quality and your consistency remains? So when we're talking about systems and structure, for lack of a better, I don't want to use 2 big words so that people really understand what we're talking about. It's literally as simple as that. How am I ensuring that everything that is being done in my business, whether it's around finance, it's around the operations itself, it's around the customers and how we engage with the customers, everything is being documented in such a way that it makes sense, not just to you as the founder, but to anybody else who has to deal with them within the organization.
So what role should technology, digital transformation, and even most recently AI take while building a business or succeeding as a business founder? I heard you clearly earlier on in terms of putting structures together, in as much as perhaps getting in, you're talking about your cash flow, your system. You can even get a notebook according to what you've said. But technology has made things better now. So how do AI, technology, digital transformation also help you succeed as a business founder? Wahimi, are you still there? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes, I heard your question very clearly.
Okay, cool.
I think it's important, right? We now, the way the world is and the way the world is going, if you do not go digital, your business will die, literally. Nobody will see you, nobody will find you. And it's beyond even just the visibility that it gives for your business. It's also the automation that comes into your business and your processes. You don't have to do anything manually. And what that means is you're going to be able to save time. You're going to be more efficient in the way that you run your operations, in the way that you run your business. There are little things, there are, free softwares, free platforms now that you can use to automate your business, that you can use to support, to even help you think through the ideas that you have. So we cannot underestimate the power of technology. I'll take it back again to 2020, the year of COVID. And we see that a lot of businesses that survived that period were businesses who somehow were either found online or already had some level of automation within their businesses or technology within their business, or were very willing and quick to adapt, to move to technological spaces to be able to ensure that they're able to still keep their businesses going. So for anyone who is running a business now and is not incorporating technology into your business, it's only a matter of time before your business dies down, right? So it's extremely, extremely important. We cannot underestimate the power of it. The power of AI.
Wahimi, are you still there? Can you hear me? Okay, so Wahimi was talking about inculcating the power. Okay, cool. I can hear you now. Okay, the network.
2 years or in the next 5 years, if you don't get your systems right, if you don't get your technology right, the business landscape is actually going to leave you behind, and we really don't want that.
Wahimi, let's talk about people management mistakes that founders make. Of course, you know what the CEO of MoneyPoint said at the platform some weeks ago that generated a lot of interest, but it still centers around talent. It still centers around even people management. How do you think that founders can approach at this to succeed?
I think it's a very interesting conversation, because I think the issue is from both sides, right? It's both from the demand and from the supply side. So when we get to a point where we're able to balance it out, that's when we'll be able to move forward. But in terms of how founders can manage, right, it will be more around leadership from a place of self, in a sense. You can't ask from people what you're not giving as a leader. So understanding that you have to lead with that vision, you have to lead with that accountability and adaptability as a founder is extremely important. One of the things that we also see is a lot of people, we've also been, guilty of that. A lot of times we're hiring for emotionally and not strategically in terms of what the business needs. And sometimes we hire too quickly. We don't define the clear roles and responsibilities. We just assume that we need a HR. Yes, you need a HR officer in your organization. But what exactly is the HR person coming in to do, so that everybody is clear on what their expectations are and there are no assumptions in terms of how these roles need to be filled and what the whoever is coming in to fill that role needs to do, right? So I think it's extremely important as founders, be very clear and build lean. We're very quick to hire 5 people, 10 people. Your business is not strong enough to do that. So how we think about the hiring process also as well, how we think about who we are hiring, how we think about when to hire, is extremely important as well. If you do not need to have a physical space, you don't need to hire 10 people who have to come in every day, right? A lot of times also, you don't need to hire people who must be in your organization. There's a lot of outsourcing opportunities that exist now. You can outsource your finance, you can outsource your HR, you can outsource your procurement, right?
But wouldn't it come at more expensive price for like a small business?
Sometimes not necessarily, because I'll give you an example. If I had a finance person in my office and I don't have a day-to-day finance, how do I put it now? Day-to-day finance operations for a finance person to do, that person is going to be redundant, and I'm going to end up paying that person a salary at the end of every month when I only literally need the person at the end of the month to put my books together, if I'm able to keep my accounting details together, right? So it's understanding, if you're running a business that does not do everyday cash flow, like a service business that you don't do everyday cash flow, sometimes you don't necessarily need a finance person there all the time. What you might need would be a finance outsource, exactly, that can take that responsibility off you. You put them on a payment, you know, are you paying for a year? Are you doing it for a month? And when you find such people, sometimes you're able to actually get a better bargain if you do the math compared to having a professional finance person in your organization where you have to pay a salary every month. So sometimes we need to think about what really works for our business at every stage. That you don't need it now does not mean that in 6 months you're not going to need it, because it really depends on how your business is growing and what scale you're doing, and if you're bringing in more activities or, you know, operations into your business. But we need to be very intentional about what we're doing and what we think our business needs at every time.
Okay, for those watching and you want to ask a question, we can put a number on the screen for those of you watching, business owners, and you need clarity on something. Let's use the next 2 minutes, if you can, to just send us a message on WhatsApp, 0814-833-9088, 0814-833-9088, 0814-833-9088. I guess my team should put the number on the screen, just like 2 minutes or a minute, in case you're interested in what we're talking about, to ask a question that, you know, that you're worried about as a business founder. Let's see if we can answer you. All right, Wahimi, let's talk about this. And I don't know if you've noticed it, which is customer service. I get very into it. I don't know our business environment now, our customer service. I don't want to say majority, but a lot of us have thrown customer service to the dogs. One of the respondents said earlier, one of the persons we interviewed said, good customer service. And I checked it out. I have my own fair share of bad customer service, especially when I'm ordering online. And trust me, I don't mince a word. I will put that person in his or her place. I try as much as possible to use that opportunity to educate the person. You may not know who is even doing business with you, but good customer service is very important. And when I see bad customer service, when I'm approaching you for a business, I'm as polite as I can be. Oh, good morning. Hello. Please, I would like to order. Do you have this? You just see the next thing. Just one absurd message. Even when you now purchase, not even single thank you. I'll be like, no, I don't even allow it slide. I don't. I may be wrong, but what do you think? Because for me,
I totally
in this space, and I'm talking business every day, I use the opportunity to educate you. I'm like, madam, can your customer service be better than this? And someone will come, oh, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'm like, please. So go ahead, yes.
From the beginning, you don't know me, I don't know you. Hello, I want to buy something, and you're like, good morning, sis. But I think it's one of the major problems that we're dealing with, you know, right now. You see this thing, it actually comes from the place of everybody just going to start a business and not understanding what it is to actually run a business. Because if you had worked in an organization before, you will understand that there are certain things that are allowed and not allowed, literally, you know, in a sense, in running a business. We need to be very intentional about customer care. I've had my own fair share of experiences as well. There are certain vendors, both physically and online, that I will never step my foot back in because of the way that they've responded, on the way they've handled, even when you have issues. There's some of them that because of the way they handle issues that may have come up, you know, in the business interaction, I will not just go back there, I'll send millions of people back to you, right? So entrepreneurs need to be very careful about it. And sometimes it's even as little as a please, as a thank you, or a kindly. It's also the length of turnaround time in which you respond to a business or respond to a customer, or especially even when, you know, a customer is complaining about something. And I know that some people may be difficult. You can't take away that but there's a way to handle all of these situations, right? So the standard operating procedures also come in. If you have a clearly documented process as to how you attend to an aggrieved customer, how you attend to a new customer, how you attend to a returning customer, then you have clarity on how to deal with these issues, whether or not you are even the founder, the founder is the one dealing with these issues, or somebody else, a staff or a sales representative who's representing the business. So I think it's extremely important that customer care is top. I mean, need to go to like a physical business school in a sense. You can find everything online. You know, you can find everything almost on YouTube, on Google. How do we respond to the customer? How do we... And I mean, there's also, that's a deeper conversation, but there's also the lack of values, you know, that we're also, you know, you have business owners who are, they are trying to collect your money, you know, this is extremely important. How you relate with the customer will depend. And there's something, you know, there's some of the figures that we use to think about how successful businesses are. It's beyond your first-time customers, but your returning customers and your referral.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you know how successful your business is. So if you keep having first-time customers that never come back, there's something wrong. But if you have return customers and people who say, oh, I got your number from XYZ, you know that you're doing something right. And those are the kind of businesses that we need to push and we need to continue to emulate.
All right, I think, Wayne, we'll leave it at that. I wish we had more time to dissect this issue because there's still a lot more to unpack from this topic, but it's good that we've at least looked at the basics of it and even ending it with customer service. Because if you have bad customer service, there's no amount of prayer you will pray. Excuse me. There's no amount of prayer you pray. Oh, God, prosper my business. But the customers that God is sending your way, you are sending them you are sending them away. There's no amount of prayer. So let's all be guided.
I agree.
Let's all be guided. I wish we could talk about this more, but let's see what we'll do, at least in the next few days or coming weeks, because the network was not also our friend. But let's see if we can continue this conversation sometime. Thank you very much for being a part of the program. And keep your questions coming.
Thank you for having me, Nancy.
Yes, you're welcome. Keep your questions coming. The number is on the screen, of course. Send us your questions, and I'll try as much as possible. We could send them to Wahimi to answer. Or the ones when I feel answer, I will answer you too. You know, so... So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Wahimi, have a fantastic weekend. Bye for now. All right, and that's the much we can take on today's edition of the program. I hope we've really gone granular for you. How to succeed as a business founder, as a business owner. Your business should not revolve just around that survival strategy. Okay, hustle. Can you now build it from hustle to sustainability? And I hope that you've taken some of the tips that Wahimi dropped on the program. It's been nice doing this with you today as well as this week. Thank you for joining us as always. Please join us again same time next Monday. That's Monday to Friday. We're here. 10 a.m. it is now. So please tell somebody to tell somebody. Your favorite business program is now 10 a.m. on AIT. I am Nancy Naji on behalf of the team here, and I have a fantastic weekend. Be the best you can be, and be the change that you want to see. Bye for now.
The stories now break online. Don't miss miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy, and our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Welcome to The Defenders, your window into the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. We take you beyond the uniform into the heart of the service. And on the program, we'll be showcasing our achievements under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. Like you know, our core mandate is protection of all critical national assets and infrastructure. So join me as we show the dedication and discipline of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I am Baba Wale Afolabi. I'll be right back, and you're going away.
Join us for The Defenders, the shows ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Civil Defense Corps has in its mandate first, protection of critical national assets and infrastructure of the nation. Second, registration, licensing, training, monitoring, and supervision of private security guards in the nation. And third one, disaster mitigation. We are among the frontliners of responding to disaster issues in the country. And therefore, today, this training is very, very central because it relates really what we do and how we respond to disaster mitigation in the country. We're all aware that the regulator and the coordinator of disaster mitigation in the country is NEMA. And therefore, most agencies who are in the first line of response to disaster management in the country are police, road safety, civil defense, fire, and others. No agency can do it alone. We have seen really that we have to come together if we really want to nip this crisis in the bud. We must come together. As you know, that the asymmetric conflicts that we are facing in the country can appear in any form. This training is very, very central, and it is my honor and privilege to address this gathering, the development of disaster management in Nigeria, and the urgent need to strengthen intelligence collaboration to safeguard citizens of the nation. Disasters, whether natural or man-made, have become increasingly frequent and complex in our nation. From floods and building collapse, fire outbreaks, oil spillage, and of course, insurgency-related crises. The impact on lives, property, and national development has been so intense and profound. These challenges demand not only preparedness, but a unified, coordinated, and proactive response system. The Civil Defense Corps, through its disaster management arm, spread across all our formations in Nigeria. You see, the Corps has a very unique and distinct disposition because of our spread. First, we don't live in barracks. Secondly, we are trained by all security agencies, including the Red Cross. The Corps, because of that disposition, plays a very vital role in mitigating the effects of these incidents. This department serves as a frontline mechanism through real-time coordination, disaster management unit, all divisions, agencies of prevention, preparedness, response, and of course, recovery. Its mandate is not only to react to emergencies, but to anticipate risks, educate communities, and strengthen resilience at all levels. It is also important to clearly state that no single agency can effectively manage disaster alone. That's what we have been saying. And there's a need for us to have the 3 C's conspicuously seen, being put into practice. The collaboration, the cooperation, and of course, coordination. Very, very important. And we have said it times that number, that no agency has monopoly of any strategy. And we must really come together if we really want to leave the current field that we have as far as conflicts or security is concerned. The complexity of modern emergencies requires synergy amongst all stakeholders, government agencies, security services, emergency responders, private sector actors, non-governmental organizations, and of course, community-based groups. Enhancing interagency collaboration is therefore not optional, it is essential. When agencies work in silos, response efforts are delayed, resources are duplicated, and lives are put at greater risk. But when we collaborate, sharing intelligence, harmonizing strategies, and coordinating operations very well, we create a very stronger, faster, and of course, more effective response as far as disaster mitigation is concerned. To achieve this, we must prioritize the following. 1, effective communication system that allows real-time information sharing among agencies. Very, very central and very relevant. Real-time information sharing. And once information has been shared, we're so happy that the Office of the National Security Advisor that motivates security matters in the nation. It's now championing the course to establish a national, well-equipped intelligence function center where all agencies are required to send intelligence. And once the intelligence arrives, there are processes where there will be interpolation, and then analysis, and then interpretation. And it will now be sent back to all agencies for response. I think once we start doing that, then I think we are going towards the end of finding solutions. Secondly, joint training and simulation exercises will build, the capacity and improve on the experience, and then, work on the synergy we are talking about, between agencies and other stakeholders. So joint training is very central. It will build trust, understanding, and of course, operational synergy, strengthening institutional frameworks and policies that support cooperation rather than competition. Well, we have seen really part of what we experience that has been a stumbling block or as a form of setback is that agencies want to compete. But we know that by establishment and by professionality and capability, every agency should know where it belongs. That this is your capacity, this is your ability. And where you know that you don't have the ability, you call another agency that, of course, it is presumed that they have the way with that, tackle that competence. Next one is community engagement. Very, very central and very challenging. Community engagement. Community engagement promotes, knowledge in terms of conscientizing community on how to detect anticipated disaster issues or disaster problems, like flood. If you engage communities in conscientizing them, you know the nature of dumping refuse into waterways, building houses on waterways or near the river bank, where normally if the river overflows and then you go and build houses there. By the time you engage community and begin to conscientize them that they should be very cautious in building houses close to the river bank, and then all that, people will now get the knowledge and they will run away from it. Whenever we have the river overflow, we will not report any disaster issue. So community engagement is very, very central. As local population are often the first responders and critical partners in disaster management. Therefore, the NSCDC remains committed to deepening partnership with all relevant stakeholders. We will continue to invest in capacity building, modern equipment, and of course, strategic framework that enhance our disaster response capabilities. Let me also emphasize the importance of prevention. Disaster management is not only about responding to crises, it's about reducing risks before they escalate. Through public awareness campaigns, enforcement of safety regulations, and collaboration with environmental and urban planning authorities, we can significantly reduce disaster occurrence. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear participants, the safety of our nation depends on our collective resolve in protecting the civil populace from disaster-related incidents, and this is also a shared responsibility that requires commitment, coordination, and continuous improvement. As we deliberate during this training, I urge all participants actively engage, share knowledge, participate actively to develop actionable strategies that will strengthen our collective response. Let this gathering mark a turning point in how we collaborate and respond to disasters in Nigeria. Together, we can build a safer and more resilient nation.
Security is our collective responsibility. I am Honorable Desmond Elliott. Keep watching The Defenders on this platform by the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Security is our business. Let's treat it seriously.
The suspect, Nuhuda Amada and Oreme Smart, have allegedly successfully trafficked 5 girls this year for prostitution and have confessed to working with one Vanessa in Ivory Coast, who receives the trafficked victims.
I can carry theory. When they say they want to go, I can carry the theory, can give them. You can transport them, go Lagos, go give a sister. And then after that one, I don't know, say if you don't stop. A sister, I can't get the sister number. He can't give me a sister number. Me and his sister can't talk. His sister can't tell me, say, Whether another one day, now I say, ma check. I go stay ask 2. Then go say yes, then go.
I was doing the job before, so I stopped the work. When I stopped the work, and I told Aero to stop the work, so he did not stop the work. When he continued the work, they catch him, so he now confessed me out.
The public relations officer of the Corps, Ifosa Ugbebo, says efforts are being made to apprehend other members of the syndicate.
Investigation has revealed that the syndicate carried out multiple trafficking operations involving 6 female victims, all of whom were forced into prostitution abroad. The arrested suspects have confessed to the crime and will be charged to court accordingly, while efforts are ongoing to apprehend the remaining members of the network.
The command therefore calls on citizens to desist from illegal activities capable of ruining their future.
The State Project Coordinator, Dr. Sani Ademujoro, made this known during the commissioning and handover of facilities provided by ACRISAL for the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Agro Rangers Unit in Kodom, a multi-developmental government area. Dr. Joro explained that the project was executed on the directive of Governor Muhammad Inuwa Yahya, who emphasized the need to provide all necessary support to strengthen security in Kanao Forest.
Kanao Forest should be among the frontline projects that you are supposed to concentrate on improving. And to the glory of Almighty, His Excellency Muhammad Inuwa Yahya has remained consistent in pursue and follow up for seamless implementation of Kanao Forest in terms of restoring it to its olden days glories. So it attracted attention within and outside the country. A lot of students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students with their lecturers are coming here for research. A lot of people are coming here for recreational activities. So that is why, again, when we commenced the implementation of AgriCell, he directed and planned approval expressly and follow up to ensure that we have done all the needful in terms of making this location to be a full-place recreational facilities that will support like the establishment of park.
He said they will continue to give sustained attention to Nasarawa Forest until it becomes a center for research and tourism. In his remark, the Commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Gombe State Command, Idris Jibril, expressed appreciation to ACRISAL for the initiative and commended Governor Inuwa Yahya for his political will and consistent support toward the success of the project.
My 1 year in Gombe State, and through the support of ACRISAL and the Executive Governor of Gombe State, Alhaji Inuwa Yahya, Lamajang Gombe, we were able to get this state-of-the-art Agro Rangers base station that will enhance the performance of our officers in the protection of natural endowment in Gombe State.
He assured that the Corps will intensify effort to strengthen security in Kanao Forest. Meanwhile, while presenting the keys of the facility and 2 motorcycles donated to the Nigerian Security Defense Corps, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Water Resources and Forestry, Mohammed Bello Abubakar, praised the ACRISAL project coordinator for his foresight and commitment. Also speaking, the district head of Kodon, Alhassan Abubakar, acknowledged the numerous developmental contributions of ACRISAL in the area. He pledged the community's support to security agencies, particularly the NSCDC, to ensure the protection of the forest and surrounding communities.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing a vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield, a corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. Under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has a monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
Agro Ranger.
Freedom is security. You welcome back on your security program. This will have drawing the curtain on this week's edition of the program. Remember, when you see something, please say something, and we will definitely do something. This will have a sign off on this week's edition of the program. Peace, I'm out of here. Bye for now.
as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe we got federalism in our politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Welcome once again to The Sage. Thank you for being with us as usual. And we are excited because we've been announcing the series we're about to produce to you for weeks now. Last episode, we dealt with the very first topic in the series. We talked about everyday kindness. Even though I say so, I think it was a particularly touching episode in which we again reminded all of us that our people are suffering and that we can all be part of the solution. And so this series that we called Living Our Hope for a Compassionate Nigeria is making the point that for our hope for a better country to materialize, we must all live it out. We must all act on it. We must all find a way to contribute to things that will make life better for this country and for all of us. We said, while this may not apply to everything that needs to improve our country, but that, however, there are some specific sectors that are critical, that we all play our role to make Nigeria a better one. a more compassionate country. And the very, perhaps, important sector is the sector on health. If this is the first we're airing, or perhaps if you wonder why we chose health, although I think it's obvious, it's self-explanatory, health is a fundamental human right. A healthy nation is a prerequisite to progress. Let me admit, I'm also influenced by the fact that I'm a health professional myself. First and foremost, all my life, almost 50 years of it at least, I've been a health professional. Health is fundamental to our ability to function right as a people and as a country. But it is also an area that is very, very amenable to input from all of us. We can all do something. It isn't just about government. But before, I think, again, let me use a professional parlance that says, let us have a brief situation analysis. Why is it important? What is it about our health that needs to be improved? Why are we discussing the health of our people in Nigeria? I can only do this effectively if I pick up, forgive me if it becomes technical, if I discuss a few of the health indicators for our country, for our people in Nigeria. So why do we need to focus on health and do something about health as part of our efforts to make Nigeria a better place? To have it peopled by people of compassion. Health is fundamental. It is a fundamental human right. It is a healthy nation, a healthy people that can indeed make our country progressive. Let me show this. It isn't just an issue of passion and of talk. Let me try to prove this by citing a few of our indicators. Forgive me if it becomes technical, but I will try not to do so. Generally, Nigeria's health indicators are, compared to international standards, are quite bad. A few examples. Life expectancy in Nigeria today is estimated at 55 years. And yet, the global average is 73 years of life. So we're losing almost 20 years compared to the global statistics. Our infant mortality rate is estimated at 56 deaths per 1,000 live births, compared to the global average of 20 per 1,000 live births. Again, more than double the global estimate or global recommendation. Our maternal mortality rate is estimated at 512 deaths per 100,000 live births. Huge, compared to the recommended less than 70. 512 compared to less than 70 is a huge. In fact, we have still have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world. Particularly in Africa, where we constitute such a large proportion of people in Africa. 1/5, I believe, is the estimate. I can go on and on. What about malnutrition and child health? It is estimated that the rate of stunting in Nigeria is at least 37%, compared to the recommended less than 7%. Our underweight children are as high as 22% of our children are underweight. What about our disease burden? Nigeria still, despite all the effort and all the work that has been ongoing, accounts for, well, perhaps 27% of the global malaria cases in the world. That is huge. And it doesn't stop with, infections and so on. And non-communicable diseases, things like diabetes, hypertension, and so on, are on the rise, despite the fact that we don't even have the institutions and the facilities to deal with the problem. Yes, I don't want to spend time making everybody sad and depressed, but it is important to say, to give the statistics to support the fact that we have a problem here that needs to be addressed. That we have problems, and yet our infrastructure is so inadequate in dealing with it. Let us quote some of that. It is estimated that our doctor-to-patient ratio is 4 to 10,000 in this country, when the WHO recommendation is at the very least. Our health spending must be mentioned. Again, the estimate is that we are only spending 3.9% of our GDP, our gross domestic product, on health. When the standard, at least Africa uses, the Abuja Declaration, has for years recommended at least 15%. Our routine immunization coverages for our children are still only around 57%, when we should be doing at least 90% as per recommendation. I think I will stop here. I think for anybody listening to me, I should have made the point. I should have made the case that there's a lot to be done. We need to do a great deal more to be able to compare to global averages, but also to be able to improve and make the lives of our people much better. And so for us on the Sage, it's not just about talking about it. It's about how do we all work together to achieve optimal health, which we have said is a fundamental human right. Optimal health in Nigeria for us as a people. So what are the things that we can all do to contribute and make this happen? Let's break it down into some critical factors. Let me start by, we need to strengthen healthcare access. What do we mean by that access? Access implies availability as well as ability to avail yourself of whatever it is you're providing. And so, to be able to do this, we must do certain things. We must expand our primary health care services. Primary, that goes to the community where the majority of our people actually reside. Facilities have to be manned. We must train more doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals who of necessity need to man these facilities. We need to improve our emergency services, especially in these rural areas. We need to make our health services, our health care affordable. We need to look at mechanisms that will make it so. Whether it's health insurance, whether it's support from one another, whatever. Universal health coverage must be fully implemented. It is a technical term for people in this field, but it is clearly defined and so on by WHO. But the point here is that it must be fully implemented. With better government funding and lower healthcare costs for all Nigerians, not selected Nigerians. And within Nigeria, not the situation that exists in which those of us who are privileged go outside to get those services. It has to be available and accessible to everybody. We need to focus on issues of disease prevention and control. Some of these factors include things like vaccination, preventive activities, vaccination programs, malaria control, and so on and so forth. Tuberculosis control, providing clean water. So many things that will actually prevent the diseases and prevent the conditions. We need to intensify efforts on maternal and child care. Our maternal mortality rate, as we had demonstrated before, is one of the highest in the world. Nigeria provides the largest figures for maternal deaths in the world. No woman should die giving birth. That is a divine service. We must ensure safe childbirth, and we must promote family planning that allows families to indeed more concretely plan and ensure that their families are cared for, given birth to at the right time and at when they are ready. But you see, health is so complex sometimes in a way, because it's also not just about medical services, but also about wider things like nutrition and food security. We must fight malnutrition. We must educate our people about what is a balanced diet, what to eat and what not to eat, and when this should be done, at what ages. What the baby needs is different from what the young boy or girl needs, and what the mother and father needs, and what the elderly like myself do need. So nutrition. Something that is beginning to gain some prominence of recent, but which we must also focus more on, is the issue of mental health awareness. With the increasing hardship in this country, the incidence and prevalence of mental health in this country is increasing at a rate we are not even beginning to acknowledge yet. Suicide rates are increasing, depression is increasing. So many of those mental health problems are on the increase. We must intensify efforts at education, at providing them correct services, but also recognition that something needs to be done and that it is happening to us. And so that leads me to the issue of public health education, of course. So crucial, because unless you're informed, you're not going to take steps to correct the issue. But we shall dwell on this a great deal more in the coming episodes on health. Let me also say that environmental and occupational health are important issues that are often ignored in this country, but which are crucial. I remember when I was training as a medical student, that issue of environmental health was a very, very important one. I seem to get the impression that it's decreasing. I remember in my time as a student that we had environmental health and sanitation officers employed by government who were going around actually inspecting facilities and helping our communities deal with environmental health issues. I think, again, forgive me if I am lost touch with what government is doing, that this is an area where more focus is urgently needed. As a country, for the services we've been talking about to increase, to improve, there must be research. There must be innovation. We must intensify efforts at local drug production. We must be there, not just depending on the outside world to do it for us, but supporting our research and innovation amongst our scientists so that we respond to our own local problems. Nigeria must invest in medical research, strengthen disease surveillance, and produce affordable, high-quality medicines locally, and not be subject to importation of medicines from many parts of the world, substandard medicines. We commend the efforts of agencies like NAFDAC, but we think there's still a great deal more to be done. I think I will wind down on this by saying that the ability to do all the above, to a large extent, must be supported by governance, good leadership, and policy enactment and implementation. Good health requires accountability. It requires anti-corruption measures, whether it's with regard to drugs or whether it's regard to the services provided to the people. It also requires a stronger public-private partnerships. Many institutions, medical institutions in this country, a significant proportion are actually private institutions. There has to be greater collaboration between the public sector and the private sector, with adequate monitoring so that standards are maintained. A healthier Nigeria is possible, but if this commitment from government, health professionals, private sector, and indeed every citizen. And so in listing the many things that need to be done, I hope we have made the case that a healthier Nigeria is possible. But it requires the commitment of all. Commitment from government, commitment from health professionals, commitment from the private sector, commitment from donors, indeed commitment from every citizen. Together, we can create a future where health is a reality for all. And so I'm going to end this introduction to health, the health topic, by saying that, again, as usual in the Sage, we zero in to the fact that each one of us can do something. It isn't that government is not doing, or that the doctors are not doing, the nurses are not doing. Each one of us can do something. Each one of us can help. It is everybody's responsibility. And let me particularly illustrate some of these things that we can all chip in. and do. One, we had made the point earlier that personal health and lifestyle choices are very important for health. You, the viewer watching me, the decisions you make about yourself, your health, is important. You must take care of yourself. We must take care of ourselves. You must make the right choices about what you eat, for instance. The right choices about whether you are exercising. Do you sleep? Do you leave yourself stressed out all the time? And so, do you drink excessive amounts of alcohol? Are you smoking drugs? So many personal lifestyle choices are perhaps even more important in your health than anything else. So apart from things you do personally, as a people, as a community, we can do something. Community health initiatives are crucial. When I look back on my childhood, from where I feel privileged to have come from, a great deal of community effort is devoted to health. The people from the southeast where I come, for instance, allow me to quote them, believe a great deal in the fact that health of the community is everybody's business. Many health centers are community built. If it's time for immunization, the women meetings and so on are there, propagating it in their meetings and so on. I once functioned as a medical officer of health in one of the largest local government areas in the country down there. And I know that these women groups and women meetings were important. They were key and instrumental in making sure that mothers and families are persuaded to take up health care. Health education and awareness, which is crucial for understanding what to do and where to go to improve the health of yourself and your family, is also something that we can all mobilize ourselves as groups or individuals and do something about. And we're looking forward on the stage to bringing that particular example to life to you and show some experts who have indeed taken it upon themselves to make their contribution towards health awareness and education. Advocacy and civil engagement is something we can all be a part of. We have to make our voices matter. Those senators and legislators that we vote and send in there, hold them accountable for whether the policies are being enacted and implemented within our communities. We need to recognize the debt we owe to one another in helping our fellow citizens, our neighbors, our families access the healthcare services. Some communities organize themselves so that expectant mothers, as they are delivering, communities provide transport that takes them to health facilities. The examples are endless, but the examples have been given so that each one of our viewers listening can see a significant possible role for him or herself towards personal health care, but also community health care. So there's a great deal to be done. And we're going to ask you to please join us in the coming weeks as we explore these areas further. It is our hope to talk to individuals who are already doing something like some of the examples we cited, to talk to governments who will share with us what they're doing, improvements they're making efforts to ensure happen, and so many others, perhaps associations in medicine, who will talk about their own efforts. You cannot afford to miss the coming episodes on health. Who knows? To the viewers watching, let me say that it may well save your life. Something you hear here, something you take on and implement, may save your life, but also save the life of your family and friends. Don't miss the next episode. I thank you.
The presidential primaries of the All Progressive Congress will hold in 8,809 wards of Nigeria and will be by direct mode. According to a statement by the National Secretary of the party, Surasuddin Ajibola, results for each ward comprise each of 774 local governments will be collated by the Local Government Collation Officer. The organization of conduct of the direct primary in each of the 36 states and the FCT will be the responsibility of the state coordinator and coalition officer, who shall also collate results of all the local governments in the states and present same to the Presidential Primary Election Committee. Former Senate President Pius Ayim is the chairman of the Presidential Primary Election Committee, and members of the committee are former Senate President Ken Namani, Victor Udoma Egba, Otumba Grace Laoye, and other members of former Speaker of the House of Representatives Yakubu Dogara, Idris Wada, and Sanusi Musa. According to the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Felix Moka, the decision was approved by the party's National Working Committee in accordance with the Constitution of the party and the Electoral Act. Vice President Kashim Shettima led other APC leaders to the All Progressive Congress governorship primary in Borno State, where engineer Mustafa Gubio emerged as a party flag bearer for the 2027 election. Shettima, who departed Maiduguri for Abuja immediately after the exercise, and said the process was part of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's agenda to place credible leaders in positions that can deliver security, economic growth, and a better future for Nigerians. And speaking at the event, the Vice President urged party members to bury their differences and work for a united front ahead of the polls. He stressed that only credible leadership could translate the administration's promises into tangible benefits for citizens, and reminded members that power ultimately comes from God. Governor Babagada Zulum thanked stakeholders for their support and described the consensus for Gubio as a sign of maturity within the Borno APC. Engineer Gubio, who emerged unopposed, and pledged to build on the state's developmental strides and to lead with integrity and the fear of God if elected. The Lagos State Deputy Governor Bafemi Amzat has emerged the governorship candidate of the All Progressive Congress in the party's primaries election across all wards in the state. Amzat polled 657,917 votes, while Larry Jim Kamal had 1 vote out of the total votes in the party's governorship primaries election. Earlier, Chairman of Progressive Congress in Lagos State, Cornelius Ojelabi, thanked members of the party primary election committee for the success story of the seamless process. The Chairman, Lagos State Assembly and Governorship Party primaries, General Jonathan Temlong, retired, who presented the results to representatives of the Independent National Electoral Commission Committee and aspirant agents, thanked the members of the party for their support. In his acceptance speech, Amzat commended President Bola Tinubu for improving on the national democratic credentials and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for what he has done for the state and their party, seeking Lagosians' blessings as he runs for the gubernatorial position. Present at the event were Governor Sanwo-Olu, party leaders, including members of the party's Governor's Advisory Council in Lagos, and Lagos State House of Assembly and Governorship Party Primaries Committee, among other dignitaries. Kingsley Chida has been declared winner and candidate for the 2027 governorship election by the All Progressive Congress Governorship Primary Election Committee. The declaration was made following the conclusion of the APC governorship primary exercise in Rivers State, which saw the sudden withdrawal of 3 major aspirants before the party proceeded with the vote. AIT's Chibuchi Chuku reports.
The APC governorship primary election across Rivers State commenced with the accreditation of party members. In most wards visited within Port Harcourt City and Obiakpo local government areas, voters arrived early to validate their membership. The exercise witnessed a massive turnout of party faithful and remained peaceful throughout the voting process.
There is no issue. We are peaceful in our wards. The crowd is here. We are rejoicing that our man have already won.
And you can see that everybody is very orderly. People are having fun and very happy.
However, the contest became a one-way race. Several aspirants withdrew from the primary election at the 11th hour, turning the exercise into a solo run for House of Representatives member Kingsley Chida. Joining APC members at Ward 5 in Elelenwo, Obiakpo local government area, Chida participated in the voting process and shared his vision for the state.
I might not be the best in the state, but all the assurance I give is that we are going to serve the people with the fear of God.
At the APC Governorship Primary Election Collation Center, the chairman of the Governorship Primary Election, Pamoti Bitrus, declared Kingsley Chida winner with 268,497 votes.
Chida Ogundu Kingsley, having satisfied the requirements of APC Constitution and guidelines and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared winner of the primary election.
With the primary concluded, APC members in Rivers State say they are now fully prepared for the main governorship battle ahead. Chibuchi Chuku, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
The Kano State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has unanimously affirmed Governor Abba Yusuf as the party's sole and consensus governorship candidate for the 2027 election. At the ceremony attended by the National Party officials and representatives of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), Governor Yusuf said his return in 2027 will bring more meaningful development to Kano State.
The indoor sports hall of the Sani Abacha Stadium in Kano was filled with APC supporters and party members who gathered to witness the affirmation of Governor Abba Yusuf as the party's consensus candidate for the 2027 governorship election.
Abba Kabir Yusuf, he is now nominated and approved by all of you as the gubernatorial candidate of the party.
An excited Governor Yusuf said his return in 2027 would accelerate infrastructure and socio-economic development across the state.
This is a gesture I will never ever forget in my life. I want to assure all of you that I will do everything within my capacity to move Kano State forward and carry everyone along in the collective pursuit of the development of our dear state.
Governor Yusuf wants politicians to put the state above personal interests going forward into the election.
Politics should never divide our people, but retain the peace and the unity of our dear state.
With the affirmation concluded, the party is now clear for Governor Yusuf and other candidates seeking seats in the states and national assemblies. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
The race to secure the governorship tickets of the All Progressive Congress in Nasarawa State has started gathering momentum as thousands of party members turned out across the state to participate in the party's governorship primary election. The Governor Abdullahi Sule, who participated in the process amid a large crowd of supporters at the Motor Park ward in Gudi, described the exercise as a true reflection of democracy, noting that party members were freely making their choices without intimidation.
Governor Sule said the peaceful conduct and open support for different aspirants had dismissed allegations that the process was predetermined, insisting that the outcome would be decided by voters at the ballot.
Today's election is now proving all the lies being told about us. You can see at the background the huge number of the people who are purely for Dada. You can see on the other side, those people, they say they are for the former IG. They are all people from Woody. They are living in peace with one another.
In Kefi, Ahmed Aliyu Wadada, regarded as the governor's preferred aspirant, commended party faithful for the massive turnout and orderly conduct. He urged supporters to remain peaceful before and after the announcement of results.
At the end of the day, when the final state result is declared, in the course of celebration, they should as well be law abiding. What we want is peaceful exhibition of joy and happiness.
Also speaking after voting in Lafia, former Inspector General of Police Mohammed Adamu expressed confidence in the transparency of the exercise and called on electoral officials to uphold the integrity of the process.
What has been done here is a clear election. Each person was counted, and that I should expect that the electoral officers, the electoral officials will record exactly what they have counted for each aspirant.
With 5 aspirants contesting the primary, party members now await the outcome of the keenly contested exercise that will determine the APC's candidate for 2027 governorship election in Nasarawa State. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafayette.
The All Progressive Congress in Cross River State has sent a strong signal ahead of the 2027 general elections with the unanimous affirmation of Governor Bassey Otu as a party's sole governorship candidate. The endorsement coming from delegates and stakeholders across the 18 local government areas underscores growing cohesion within the ruling party as national officials commended the administration's performance and political strength in the state.
The endorsement of Governor Bassey Otu as the party's sole governorship candidate came during the APC governorship primaries held in the state as party leaders, delegates and party faithful across various wards unanimously threw their weight behind the governor. Representing the national leadership of the party, the APC Deputy National Treasurer Benakak, who monitored the exercise at different wards in Calabar South, Calabar Municipality and Odukbani, described the impressive turnout as a reflection of the confidence party members have in Governor Bassey Otu's leadership. He said the governor has continued to justify the trust placed in him through ongoing infrastructure projects, support for small businesses, pension reforms and efforts aimed at inclusive governance.
On our own, at the party, at the national, we are proud of the governor, and that's why I had to come here to be with him and show that solidarity.
Governor Bassey Otu, who was at his country home at Adiabo during the exercise, thanked party members for the confidence reposed in him, describing the affirmation as a call for greater commitment and service to the people.
We've laid some solid foundations for the future in terms of proper economic sustainability and independence. We believe that what they will see in the second term is manifesting and completing some of those projects which we have started.
With the unanimous affirmation of Governor Bassey Otu, the APC in Cross River State appears determined to enter the 2027 political season from a position of strength and internal stability. In Emersat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
The Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, says members of all the political parties seeking to join its rank must first provide evidence of resignation from their former parties. Kaduna State Chairman of the party, Mordecai Ibrahim, stated this during the maiden expanded meeting of the party in Kaduna.
The meeting brought together party officials from ward, local government and state levels alongside aspirants and supporters as the party begins early preparations ahead of the 2027 elections. Addressing members, Kaduna State Chairman of the NDC, Mordecai Ibrahim, described the party as a growing political platform determined to operate within the principles of justice, transparency and the rule of law. He stressed that the party would not admit politicians from other parties without documented proof of resignation from their previous political platforms.
No party member will be eligible for any party office or to contest election
under NDC without presenting a proof of resignation from their previous political party. Because some people are going to come in as friends for our enemies. So we want to checkmate them before such happens.
The state legal advisor of the party, Barrister Ben Churchill, urged members and aspirants to conduct the activities peacefully and within the provision of the law.
Don't do things anyhow and say, look, that the general principle is that the court should not interfere into parties' affairs. No matter how you enact this law, it's subject to interpretation by the judiciary. We are going to work smart. We have the knowledge, we have the resources, we have the capabilities to do so.
Party leaders say the expanded meeting marks the beginning of wider consultations and grassroots mobilization as the NDC seeks to strengthen its presence ahead of the 2027 political season. Abimaja Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
In a landmark judgment that reshapes the legal framework for Nigerians' upcoming general elections, a federal high court in Abuja has stripped the Independent National Electoral Commission of its powers to arbitrarily fix or shorten timelines for political party activities. Presiding Judge Justice Mohammed Umar nullified key segments of INEC's revised timetable and schedule for activities for the 2027 general election, ruling that the Commission cannot override or breach deadlines explicitly established by statutory law. The judgment was delivered in a suit filed by the Youth Party against INEC.
Justice Umar granted 7 distinct declarations and orders systematically dismantling INEC revised timetable where it conflicted with the Electoral Act 2026. The court declared that while INEC has the statutory duty to receive notices and monitor party primaries under Section 29, 82, and 84, subsection 1, this authority does not extend to fixing or prescribing the specific windows within which political parties must conduct their inter-party elections. Under Section 29, subsection 1 of the Act, parties are entitled to submit personal particulars of candidates up to 120 days before an election. The court ruled INEC cannot lawfully shorten this time frame to withdraw and substitute candidates up to 90 days before the polls. The court barred INEC from enforcing earlier deadlines for replacement. Under Section 32, INEC is barred from publishing the final list of candidates before the minimum 60-day period prescribed by law. The court struck down INEC's attempt to force campaigns to end 2 days before the elections, citing a violation of Section 98 of the Electoral Act. The court clarified that INEC's rules requiring the early submission of party membership registers do not apply to primaries conducted strictly for replacing withdrawn candidates.
And we have joining us right now in the studio, Emmanuel Dennis, a PDP chieftain who will be breaking this down for us. And thank you so much for joining us on AIT Reports.
My pleasure to be here. Good afternoon.
Let's begin by understanding what the court said by INEC cannot fix or shorten timelines for political party activities.
Well, you see, if we really have to go to the basis, I think we first have to go back to the National Assembly, because that's where it all started. I'm so surprised that, we have people that were elected representatives of the people who are in the National Assembly who should have done due diligence before passing anything. But you see, I just can't really understand why people sat in the chambers, successfully passed certain clause in the Electoral Act, and then passed the Electoral Act. During the implementation, we now begin to see certain things happening. Now, the basic thing there is what the government or the governing party actually wanted to do was to shut people down, because it is very clear that what we have seen around the country currently in the sham that is going on under the auspices of primaries that they are conducting, having successfully limited the entire political parties to either follow consensus or direct primaries to conduct primary elections to select candidates. Now we've seen that most of these candidates that they've selected through consensus or direct primaries are just simply anointed candidates of the godfathers. We have seen godfatherism at the worst stage. When PDP was in power, we never saw anything like this. When Nigerians had the option of using either indirect, direct, or consensus to select party candidates during primaries, we never saw this. The impunity we've seen today, you just heard it, complaints everywhere, orchestrated by the government, the governing party. You see, when the National Assembly decided to pass these things, and then implementation came, a lot of those who sat there and were answering aye and nays have become victims. They have become victims of the same law that they passed. And that's why it really debarred anybody, because those in government today did not want an implosion in their party, because they knew exactly where they were going. They knew what they were planning to do. They knew those already who they wanted to return as candidates to various positions. And therefore, they successfully got the National Assembly populated by their own members to pass the Electoral Act, excluding a lot of things. And now we are seeing the outcome. So I want to really thank Youth Party that has taken this thing up, challenging those clauses, and then also thank the judiciary, because any judgment you get today that appears to be a judgment that is favorable to Nigerians, you have to go cap in hand to thank the judiciary for it. Because of late, judiciary has been giving judgments that look so ambiguous, but this judgment was very clear, precise, and straight to the point.
So what exactly does this mean?
This simply means that anybody who has already lost election or who has been schemed out by APC and any other party, who, based on what was to be obtained before, who wouldn't have had the opportunity of cross-carpeting or moving to any other party, has now the opportunity to do so. What it simply implies is that, or what the governing party wanted to do, was to ensure that after they've successfully selected the people they want, even if against the popular will of the entire party members, you would have no option, because it would have been too late for you to cross-carpet to another party to seek and then pursue your ambition. But with this judgment now, what has successfully happened is that those who are aggrieved within the APC, I am using APC as a benchmark to talk because it is the governing party, and it is the party that you people show every day on television. Other parties do not even get the publicity APC's got, and rightly so.
Every party
and rightly so.
Every party
no, we
gets
agree.
Fair hearing.
We agree that you give us fair hearing, but you know some hearings are even fairer than the others. I have sat here and I've seen APC all through. But you see, what is actually happening is with this judgment, let us see how APC is going to cope with it. Because APC members in the National Assembly are the ones who pass this Electoral Act for the benefit of themselves.
So could this judgment now affect the overall timetable and preparations for the 2020?
Definitely it has to, because the court has said, look, INEC, you do not have rights to gag people. Because indirectly, that is what INEC was trying to do, to gag people. You imagine a situation where we had, when we returned back to democracy in Nigeria, if you are popular amongst your people, and then the party refuses to give you a ticket, and you still have a window, you could leave that place and go. And this brings me to the issue of independent candidacy. We've been campaigning and shouting for this, that we must not necessarily run elections through party platforms, because political parties today have just become special purpose vehicles just to conduct elections, run for elections, win elections, and go. And what we've noticed so far, this system has not actually presented and brought to Nigerians God-fearing, caring leaders who are compassionate, leaders who have Nigeria at heart, leaders who have focus to take Nigeria forward. But what we've seen so far is godfathers anointing people who just sit there and then dance to the tune of the godfathers.
Okay, you keep saying this. You said that this is the whole thing was trying to guard people. You understand?
Yes.
What if INEC decides to appeal this case?
Well, for the period they want to appeal, we also wait for the courts to also come up with a judgment there. But if you check what the Youth Party took to court and the judgment that came out yesterday, it is very, very clear. The judgment is very clear. It's not ambiguous, because the judge actually referred INEC to certain portions of the Nigerian Constitution and the Electoral Act itself, informing INEC that you do not have the right to gag people. We have 120 days heading towards the elections. And you cannot come and, shorten the timetable just to favor or limit people and gag them in a place. Because exactly that was the intention. If you look at it, what other things was expected? What do you think they were planning for? Just to ensure that their party will not implode. Because they knew very well that most of the members in their party who have not been anointed by the godfathers will not get tickets to return. And of course, this is going to evoke some action within the party. So to ensure that this will not happen, it decided to ensure through the National Assembly that once you lose the election, you lost the primaries, you are stuck with them forever.
Well, how can INEC ensure compliance with this court ruling and still maintaining the original schedule for election?
No, I thought they said we have a professor of law as INEC chairman. And I thought also the professor of law has also always been saying that anytime he gets a judgment from the court, he's bound to obey it. Okay. So he has no choice. This judgment has come yesterday, and I'm sure the professor of law in INEC has already seen it. I think as at this morning I read, people have started defecting already. I saw someone from Kano who just defected from APC to NDC just yesterday when the judgment came. And you should expect more of these defections to come, more.
Thank you so much, and we'll be speaking with Emmanuel Dennis, PDP chieftain. Thank you for your contributions on AIT Reports.
My pleasure.
And we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more reports.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, on live.
And welcome back. In 2023, President Bola Tinubu placed security as the heart of his renewed hope agenda. He promised deep institutional reforms, advanced firepower, and better welfare for personnel. 3 years into his term, that commitment is clear in the numbers. Defense and security lead the 2026 budget proposal with a historic 5.41 trillion naira allocation. Yet, from school abductions and to the rise of the Kulawa group in the Northwest, every day Nigerians face an evolving frontline. Security correspondent Adao Noyem examines the widening gap between the promise of security and the lived reality of many Nigerians.
May 29, 2023. President Bola Tinubu stood before millions to deliver a foundational promise.
Security shall be top priority of our administration, because Nigeria's prosperity, justice, can prevail against insecurity and violence.
3 years later, the administration has backed those words with unprecedented capital. The 2026 budget, for instance, anchors national defense with a massive 5.41 trillion naira allocation. Structurally, the state has expanded its architecture, creating the Office of the Special Advisor on Homeland Security in May 2026, led by retired Major General Adeyinka Famadewa. But across Nigeria's highways, farms, and classrooms, the core question has shifted. Citizens are no longer asking if the government is spending, but where that money actually lands. Mass school abductions remain a brutal metric of the security deficit. The scars of the March 2024 raids in Kuriga, Kaduna, and Gidam Bakusa Sokoto are still fresh. UNICEF data confirms that over 1,680 children have been abducted in conflict-related violence over the last decade across 70 distinct school attacks. The crisis is not fading. Fresh attacks in May 2026 left more than 80 children missing across flashpoints in Borno State and in Orire, Oyo State. To experts, these recurring tragedies point to a structural failure of identity infrastructure.
John Bull can commit a crime, found guilty, sentenced, and released from prison. He changes to Bull John and goes to the next law enforcement agency and gets employed.
For lack of data.
Lack of proper data analysis and presentation.
The toll of the insecurity crisis is seen in the growing number of displaced persons. As of December 2024, the IDP population in Benue State had risen to more than 500,000, according to Amnesty International. By June 2025, over 100 massacre casualties were recorded in the same state. In neighboring Plateau State, rural communities remain completely exposed. Relentless assaults in Bokos and surrounding villages continue, including the recent Palm Sunday attack in Angwa Rukuba. These are no longer seen by locals as isolated security incidents, but as systemic demographic displacements.
He has tried, but he has not been able to overcome the security challenges, the ones he inherited from the last administration, and the emerging ones that occurred when he was on board.
The rise of Lakurawa in the northwest has become one of Nigeria's most dangerous emerging threats. The group, whose roots are traced to 2017, has evolved from a vigilant movement into a violent extremist network running parallel governance, extortion operations, and kidnapping syndicates. Yet, where intelligence and firepower align, the state has demonstrated its lethality. In May 2026, Nigeria and United States launched joint operations in the northeast. AFRICOM and Nigeria's defense headquarters confirmed that coordinated airstrikes neutralized 175 Islamic State-linked fighters. It was a major tactical success and a powerful demonstration of international cooperation. But for millions of Nigerians, the ultimate test remains local and immediate, everyday safety.
The Nigerians have been instrumental throughout the last several months developing the target, helping us with the intelligence, and providing support in order to do that. So it could not have been done by our own forces, that we needed to do that in conjunction with them.
3 years into the Tinubu administration, Nigeria's security framework has clearly grown its muscle. The budget is larger, the tactical operations are hitting their targets, and new Homeland Security officers are active. But for the farmer in Benue, the student in Kaduna, and the commuter on interstate highways, the demand remains unchanged. Experts say Nigeria does not just need more weapons or bigger budget votes. It needs a security architecture that sees danger before it strikes, identifies perpetrators instantly, and protects citizens where they live.
President Bola Tinubu has commended the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for dismantling a major trans-border drug network involving Nigerian and Mexican cartels operating within the country. The president praised the agency following a major operation that led to the arrest of foreign nationals, local drug kingpins, and other collaborators linked to the illegal drug syndicate. According to a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, the operation also resulted in the seizure of chemicals and illicit drugs valued at more than $360 million. Chairman of the NDLEA, Mohammed Buba Mawa, had Wednesday announced a breakthrough, describing it as the outcome of weeks of intelligence gathering and coordinated operations carried out in collaboration with international partners. President Tinubu said the success of the operation demonstrated the professionalism, courage, and commitment of NDLEA operatives in protecting society from the dangers of narcotics and organized crime. The president also warned against complicity and fight against drug trafficking, and noting that West Africa has increasingly become a major transit hub for cocaine, synthetic drugs, and unregulated pharmaceuticals destined for Europe and North America. Life expectancy has continued to dwindle for Nigerians, mainly due to heavy burden of infectious diseases and the rising tide of non-communicable diseases like stroke, diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. While most people are looking up to the government to fix the healthcare sector for better outcomes, some medical experts and indeed proponents of lifestyle medicines are now calling on Nigerians to take charge of their health by embracing healthier habits for better quality of life. They were speaking in commemoration of the 2026 Global Lifestyle Medicine Week in Lagos State with the theme, Live the Dreams, Simple Choices and Powerful Results.
Instituted by the Global Medicine Alliance, the Lifestyle Medicine Week is celebrated in the month of May every year to educate individuals, families, and communities on the importance of adopting healthy habits as a means of preventing and curing some chronic disease conditions. The theme for the year 2026 celebration is Live the Dreams, Simple Choices, and Powerful Results.
The acronym DREAM stands for D, which is diet. We promote a predominantly plant-based diet. We also have R, which stands for relationship. We encourage people to love more, to cultivate healthy relationships, because this can help to reduce isolation. We also have E. Exercise can reduce the risk of hypertension, diabetes, and many cancers. A stands for avoid substances. Substances like alcohol, cigarette smoking. Then we have M, which is for mental wellness. Last but not the least is S, which stands for sleep. So restorative sleep, which should be an average of 7 to 8 hours.
Most of these conditions we are talking about, they are chronic conditions. And when you look at what lifestyle does, it addresses the root causes of these conditions.
In Nigeria right now, there is premature death and it's rising. And so that's why we are saying people should live healthy.
For speakers here, lifestyle medicine is an evidence-based approach to healthcare that has become very necessary more than ever. Oshuomo Wadanies, AIT News, Lagos.
A trending documentary online, Sweet Poison, has exposed the health and environmental consequences of excessive consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages on Nigerians, attracting the attention of public health advocates across Nigeria. Speaking at the media briefing in Lagos State, the advocates renewed calls for government's regulation of the food and beverage industry through stronger tax framework in the interest of public health.
Across Nigeria, at every occasion, sugar-sweetened drinks have become woven into everyday lives of people, a trend driven deeper through aggressive marketing by the food and beverage industries. Behind this, according to some public health experts at CAPA, lies a disturbing reality of steady rise in non-communicable diseases, which the Sweet Poison documentary has brought to the fore.
Sweet Poison speaks to the narrative of how the sugary drinks beverages deceive Nigeria, to connecting the medical impacts of the use of these drinks and the need for government to act.
Sugar consumption should be regulated. By the time you are taking a lot of sugar, can make you to become a diabetic patient.
You have to decide whether you want to spend the rest of your life managing your health or your children being unwell.
It also reflects on the environmental dangers of plastic waste generated from the consumption of sugar-sweetened drinks.
Packaging of food with plastic. Apart from the impact on environment, the chemicals that are found in these plastics are targeted at women and children.
Alongside proper earmarking of revenue for health promotion and nutrition programs, it's not just sensible fiscal policy, but a necessary public health intervention. Oshuomo Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
Nigeria has officially unveiled the Net Zero Investment Plan, a roadmap designed to turn the country's climate promises into real investment and practical solutions. The plan, developed under the NDC partnership with technical support from GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Climate Action and Nature Conservation, identifies key sectors where billions of dollars will be needed to cut emissions while boosting economic growth. Our climate correspondent, Nkolia Modu, tells us more.
For years, communities across Nigeria have felt the harsh realities of climate change. Now, the federal government says it is taking a major step towards securing a safer climate future for Nigerians. Speakers here described the plan as a living document that will guide investments into projects that help Nigeria adapt to climate risks while reducing carbon emissions.
We have also committed to a future where renewable energy accounts for over 50% of our electricity generation mix. We are targeting 95% reduction in fugitive emissions from our oil and gas sector by 2050, and charting a course for e-mobility where 30% of our vehicles will run on electricity in the coming decades.
The integration of a national climate investments into medium and long-term planning framework is essential for mobilizing the scale of finance required to achieve our net zero ambition.
Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Abubakar Bagudu, stressed that achieving net zero emissions by 2060 will require strong partnerships between government, investors, and communities.
We have those that have heavy absorptive capacity. So Nigeria is able to achieve or to demonstrate to the world where balance can be created.
Through this partnership, Germany aims to support Nigeria in strengthening policy frameworks, mobilizing investment, and building the capacities needed for a secure, affordable, and climate-compatible energy system.
The strategy also aligns with Nigeria's commitments, positioning the country as a potential climate leader on the continent.
The success of the Net Zero Investment Plan unveiled at this gathering today, no doubt, will depend on transparent financing, private sector investment and participation, and of course, policies that ensure that communities benefit from the transition. Nkoli Omaudu, AIT News, Abuja.
Business leaders and stakeholders across Africa are pushing for stronger partnership, deeper collaboration, and a more connected business environment to boost economic growth and strengthen the continent's global competitiveness. The call was made at the high-level CEO summit with the media and focused on building a stronger pan-African business ecosystem through strategic media engagement. And speaking at the event, the president of the African CEO Club said the initiative is aimed at changing the way African businesses operate by developing its own solution peculiar to its environment. She stressed the need to reshape global perceptions about Africa through stronger media partnership and more positive conversations around investment and business opportunities across the continent.
You are the one that will pass the narrative, you are the one that will pass the information out, and we want you to pass it from in-house, not from outside. Most of the solutions that are available were not built for our realities. The realities of insecurity of Africa is far beyond just, the things that are happening in some parts of the world. So we want to know, we know that what is happening exactly as Africans. We know the kind of insecurity issues that we're facing in Africa. So we are going to, put our energies towards the actual problems and try to solve them.
The boardroom, which is focusing on businesses and CEOs, trying to change the narrative of businesses in Nigeria and in Africa, right? Creating that conversation. Policymakers, investors, coming together to ensure that they change the narrative of Africa investment, economy, policies, So we're not just putting people up.
Summit in Kigali, stakeholders say Africa's growth can no longer depend on isolated national efforts, insisting that stronger cooperation among business leaders, investors, and policymakers remain key to unlocking the continent's economic potential. All the stakeholders at the event highlighted the importance of policy support, investment access, and stronger institutions in creating a safer and a more competitive and business environment across Africa. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has clamped down on 2 real estate firms in the Federal Capital Territory over persistent refusal to comply with official regulatory orders. The crackdown, led by the FCCPC's Deputy Director of Surveillance and Investigations, Marvin Nada, comes after months of ignored directives. According to Commission officials, the firms failed to address mounting consumer grievances ranging from undelivered property to withheld refunds.
Well, I would say it's a continuation of the Commission's efforts, at stopping obnoxious and exploitative practices in this sector of the economy against consumers. So we had issued orders through a compliance notice to these entities that you have seen today and the other one which we have visited. And in those orders we had directed certain actions to be taken to provide redress to consumer complaints that were before us. This that's in line with our law provided in section 154 of the Act. However, these entities did not comply, and as a result of the non-compliance, we have come and we have sealed the business premises.
In one specific case, clients reportedly paid in full for property that were never handed over. In another, the Commission had formally ordered a refund to a consumer after a thorough review of the dispute, an order the company allegedly chose to ignore as the real estate sector remains under heavy scrutiny. FCCPC is urging the public to exercise extreme caution. He advised potential homeowners to thoroughly vet all contracts and ensure they fully understand the fine print before committing funds to any developer. The Edo State government, through the Office of the First Lady, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, has launched Gender-Based Violence Club in schools as part of efforts to combat gender-based violence and promote safer learning environment across the state. The initiative is to create safe and informed platforms where students can learn about their rights, identify early warning signs of abuse, and promote a culture of respect, dignity, and accountability.
The program commenced with the inauguration of 100 students from Edo South Senatorial District at the John Odige Oyegu Public Service Academy, Benin City. Speaking at the event, the Coordinator Office of the Edo State First Lady and the Chairperson of the Edo State Gender-Based Violence Management Committee, Edesili Okpeolo-Anani, said the Gender-Based Violence Club in schools would serve as a platform for advocacy, education, and student engagement.
And we cannot shy away from the fact that these things happen in our schools. Children are being violated in schools, children are being harassed in schools, children are being molested in schools. It's important for them to know that they have a voice, that they can live in a society that is safe and free, and know that when they speak out, government is here and will support them.
She urged students to become ambassadors of peace and positive change by speaking against violence, support one another, and promote kindness and inclusion in their schools and communities.
And then we have the helplines as well for children to call in once they notice any form of harassment.
Our eyes are now in our schools. The awareness has been created, and our students will, hopefully, once they hear cases of gender-based violence, they would reach out to us.
The event climaxed with the official inauguration of the Gender-Based Violence Clubs, where students pledged to uphold confidentiality, mutual respect, inclusiveness, and promote violence-free school environments. Ohioze Inarume, EIT News, Benin.
3 suspected members of an interstate kidnapping syndicate have been arrested by the Osun State Police Command and following a coordinated operation that led to the rescue of an abducted victim in Ijebu, Jesa, Osun State. The incident happened on May 5th when armed men reportedly stormed a cattle settlement in a local area of Ijebu, Jesa. In the early hours of the morning, assaulting residents and kidnapped a victim identified as Yahaya Suleiman to an unknown destination. The victim was rescued and rushed to hospital for treatment, while one suspect was immediately apprehended at the scene. The police command says it remains committed to protecting residents and as old members of the public to continue supporting security agencies with credible information.
Unidentified persons numbering about 6, armed with sophisticated weapons, suspected to be kidnappers, appeared suddenly and started beating him, demanding the whereabouts of the victim, one Yahya Suleiman. And consequently, he was abducted and taken to unknown destination in a thick forest. Upon the report, police went on trail of the suspects under my directives, and Umaru Yahya and Sabon Ebodi Elisha, both in connection with the kidnapping incident. And all of them confessed that they are the bandits, they are the hoodlums terrorizing Kwara and Ejesha axis.
The Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Gotan, also inaugurated a violent crime response. The Nigerian Civil Service Union has sent a message to the federal government to increase the national minimum wage from 70,000 to 200,000 naira. The union's president, Olowole Adeleye, revealed this at the NCSU National Delegates Conference in Abuja. Adeleye said the reason for the demand is hike in goods and service, as well as floating of the naira and removal of fuel subsidy.
Get an increment, and why government will also find a way to nip in the bud the inflationary trend. I tell you, if we are getting 200,000 in a month, it's not bad. I'll analyze it for you. 200,000 naira is less than 10,000 naira in a day for somebody who has a wife. And maybe, let's even say 2 children. Let's be modest about it. That means a family of 4. Mother, father, 2 children, 4 people. I need not to tell you that before you can eat, in the worst area, at least you spend 2,000 naira in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the night. That's 6,000 naira per person. Times 4 people, that's 24,000 naira. Multiply by 30, we're talking about over 500,000. And you see that what we're asking is even more reasonable, because we have to go for what we call 101. Maybe if you will not eat early at 7, you can eat around 11, while you play around with it 6 o'clock, while you eat dinner, while you skip.
The Civil Service Union joined the Nigerian Union of Teachers to condemn the attack and kidnappings in Oyo and Borno states, but said more disheartening is the gruesome murder of an innocent teacher. The Academic Staff Union of Universities Bauchi Zone has warned that another nationwide strike is imminent. The union is blaming the federal and state government for failing to implement the 2025 agreement. Zonal Coordinator Comrade Namu Timothy Aku issued the warning at Seudu Zungo University.
Solidarity forever and for the union.
Frustration is mounting among lecturers. Key unresolved issues include unpaid academic, professorial, and responsibility allowances. While Sadu Zungo and Ekiti State universities have implemented the agreement, others are lagging behind.
We are beginning to sensitize the Nigerians that there is a problem, and that if this problem is not properly managed between now and the end of this month, it may brew up to be a full-blown crisis in the Nigerian universities, which we don't want. And that is why we are interacting with the press, so that the press will tell the larger society, problem is brewing up in the universities again. And the people who are involved should ensure that it is nipped in the bud before it degenerates further.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities is also rejecting several federal policies. These include the proposed Nigerian campus for Coventry University, scrapping specific academic programs, and mandatory enrollment in the Nigerian Education Repository Data Bank.
ASU has since conveyed its objection to this new colonial undertaking to the Honorable Minister of Education. ASU sees the TNE as another platform to further undermine and underdevelop the country's education for personal benefits of Nigeria's political class and their foreign cronies. ASU calls on government to make our universities globally competitive to attract foreign students and scholars, or retain tested local brains instead of embracing the recolonization of Nigeria's education system.
The union is demanding that the government focus on funding, research, and staff welfare instead.
Next is Sport Track. The power of football as a tool for social awareness and integration was once again highlighted as Nigerians joined the rest of the world to celebrate the International Day of the Boy Child. More than 100 boys from 4 government secondary schools participated in a mini football competition in Abuja. We apologize for the loss of audio in that report. Moving on, Nigeria and Poland have agreed to expand cooperation in digital innovation, cybersecurity, trade and maritime security. The pledge followed a meeting on Wednesday between Foreign Affairs Minister Ambassador Bianca Odumego Ojukwu and Poland's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Economy in Abuja. According to a statement by a ministry spokesperson, both countries will explore new partnership in artificial intelligence, digital transformation, agriculture, defense, infrastructure, education, culture and tourism. The minister reaffirmed Nigerian-Poland relations which began on 30 May 1962 and commended Poland's recent peaceful presidential election. She outlined President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's economic reforms to improve ease of doing business and attract foreign investment, urging Polish firms to expand operations in Nigeria. She also thanked Poland for supporting Nigerian students affected by the conflict in Ukraine, describing education as a vital pillar of bilateral ties. On security, the minister stressed Nigerians' commitment to combating terrorism, piracy and transnational crime. She called for deeper collaboration on intelligence sharing, cybersecurity and counterterrorism, and urged quick conclusion of a proposed MOU on maritime cooperation. The Poland minister described Nigeria as a strategic partner and one of Africa's leading economic and technology hubs. He reaffirms Poland's commitment to cooperation in AI, digital transformation, cybersecurity, and private sector development, while commending Nigeria's role in regional stability. That's AIT Report. Thank you so much for watching.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal. The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling.
Hello and welcome to the program where we interrogate the issues and forces that shape governance, democracy, and the future of society. Now, as Nigeria moves towards the 2027 elections, things are developing at an incredibly fast and sometimes unpredictable pace. The latest is a High Court ruling on Thursday which nullified aspects of the Independent National Electoral Commission's revised regulations and timetable for party primaries. This has once again thrown Nigeria's electoral process into the center of a constitutional and political debate. In a judgment delivered in Abuja, the court held that INEC exceeded its statutory powers by imposing timelines and conditions that appear inconsistent with provisions of the Electoral Act 2026, particularly regarding party primaries, submission of candidates' particulars, withdrawal and substitution of candidates. The judgment, which arose from a suit filed by the Youth Party against INEC, raises fundamental questions about the balance between electoral regulation and the autonomy of political parties. Now, while INEC insists that stricter timelines are necessary to ensure orderliness, reduce last-minute litigation, and improve election management, critics argue that the Commission cannot abridge timelines already guaranteed by law or act beyond powers expressly granted by the Electoral Act. Politically, the ruling could significantly reshape the dynamics of the ongoing party primaries. It potentially reopens the political space for aggrieved aspirants who lost primaries under the earlier timetable and may trigger fresh defections, substitutions, and legal contests ahead of the 2027 elections. It also revives the perennial tension between internal party democracy and judicial intervention in electoral matters. Now, beyond the legal implications, the ruling exposes a deeper institutional challenge: whether Nigeria's electoral process is becoming excessively judicialized, with courts increasingly determining timelines, candidacies, and party processes that ideally should be resolved within democratic institutions themselves. Now, as parties, aspirants, and INEC study the implications of the judgment, the bigger concern remains whether this development will strengthen electoral credibility or further complicate an already fragile and contentious political transition process. These are the issues we'll be paying a lot of attention to on the program today. And my guests are already joining me online. From here in Abuja, I'm joined by Mr. Peter Ame. Mr. Ame is the acting national chairman, Coalition of United Political Parties. Mr. Ame, thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you.
We're also joined by a civil society advocate, Mr. Kenneth Eze of Speak Out Africa. Mr. Eze, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Nigerians.
Welcome. We expect to join us right here in the studio in a moment by Mr. Isaac Anumudu, who is a lawyer and should be giving us some legal perspective to the issues here. Right, so gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Let's begin with you, Mr. Eze. What will be your first reaction to that court ruling?
Thank you, AIT, for this very vital discussion. I really enjoyed your background introduction when you preempted what I wanted to start with, which was that the Nigerian electoral process is becoming judicialized. So, and we saw this coming earlier, the civil society, and we clamored. We called the attention of the 10th National Assembly, and we told them that the only thing they will do if they fail in other things is to give Nigerians a befitting electoral act. But because of their personal desire and ambitions, which today over 70 of them are languishing in regret because they could not make it, they shot themselves again at the feet. And so why are we saying this? Democracy, which election is a component of it,
should not be judicialized, should not be determined in the courtroom, but by the wishes and caprices of the Nigerian people. That is why there is an election. That is why Nigeria will be spending over 1 trillion naira, for this election come 2027. That money alone can give a very huge number of Nigerians a befitting employment. And so when election loses its sense, its originality, its essence, then it becomes rituals. And so for us, again, our prophecy, what we anticipate earlier, has come to be. And so the decision of the Federal High Court yesterday, to release, to make judgment, of course, has missed reactions and interpretation. And so for me, I accept and align with some components of the judgment, while I also do not align with some components. For example, the component that has to do with the timeline of submission of party register, conducting party primaries and congresses, I have always stand that there is no basis for INEC to have constrained and constrict that window when the Electoral Act had already stated not less than 120 days. So I do not find any reason, if not for the popular opinion that is over there, that INEC seems to be playing to favor a particular actor, which in this case is the party in power. And so, which is not good for the image of INEC. And so, this is something I align with the court, that if the Electoral Act had stated not later than 180 days for parties to submit registrar, membership register, to submit all the list of candidates and congresses, then there is no justification, if not that people will perceive it that INEC has a premonition, a predetermined action to favor the ruling party, then there is no reason for INEC to have made such a conscripted guideline of mandating political parties to summarize and to submit, to create an ambience of rush and tension already, that everybody is wanting to beat up.
How do you mean when you say the regulation attempts to favor a particular political party? In what way did that happen?
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I said that in the court of public opinion, it is only the ruling party that will not find it difficult to meet up with the conscripted short deadline that INEC had already dished out, that all the political parties should be submitting and running off their party primaries and membership submission, I think is within July 10 or thereabout. Now, when the law, the Electoral Act that should guide INEC actions, had already foreclosed and stated clearly that it should be not less than 180, 120 days. Now, if you do a calculation, presidential election is by January 16th. Governorship is by February 6th or thereabout. Now, INEC has subtracted 4 months from July, August, September, about 4 months. Now, ordinarily by that calculation, if you calculate from January 16th, presidential, and February 6th, gubernatorial and state assembly, if you count it back to 120 days, we should have like September. Now,
but the INEC regulation actually provided for August 10th as the last day for the submission.
Okay, August 10th. Okay. Now, so what we are, yeah. Now, so what we are saying is that INEC would have followed through with what is already stated in the guideline, so that there is no need to create unnecessary tension. Because why I said is that the opposition parties, it is in public dominion, in the public court opinion, that they have alleged on many occasions that the timeline is short. I can remember we've seen ADC made such insinuations, allegations, and said the time is so short for us to meet up with the new guidelines, the conditions that was met. If not that it is to favor the ruling party, that is only the ruling party, which already, that can meet up with that time. And because perception is very key, especially on the part of INEC. But let me also even say in all of this, that we would have prevented the situation we are today. Now, I expected that what the civil society were pushing for during the passage of the Electoral Act, the protests that we had, which I was part of, would have been led and championed by the INEC itself. Because INEC is the arbiter, is the institution mandated by the law to conduct election and not the National Assembly. It is an error. It shouldn't have happened that the National Assembly will determine and lead in the discussion that has to do with Electoral Act, which INEC is the arbiter and is the one that has the constitutional mandate to implement.
Okay,
now, because it's
Mr. Isaac, let me come in there. Yes, let me come in there. Let's bring in Mr. Peter Ame at this point in time and get his first reaction to the court ruling. Mr. Ame.
First of all, I must say clearly that the judicialization of our electoral process has become something that we should be wary about. Because the internal fabric of the dynamics within the political party was actually designed by Section 223 to 2210 to allow parties with their organs decide which mode of kind of consensus, indirect or primary, or the direct mode they will use to select candidates. And two, when you look at the Electoral Act, which is also a principal law and superior to the subsidiary legislation that is being made by INEC, you look at the Section 29, subsection 1, Section 82, and Section 84, subsection 1, clearly, whatever regulations and guidelines that INEC had made are gone against these provisions that are already in the Electoral Act. And the people who made this chaotic law, in order to protect the interest of the ruling party, at the BS of the ruling party, where the National Assembly, this law was not proposed by the amendment that was brought by INEC, whether was it proposed by private members' bill or the interest of member bill. It was done within a very rush hour and then given to the president to sign within 24 hours in order to be able to look for a way to trap opposition political party and their opportunity to participate in the election. So clearly what we have today is that we have people who are making laws not for the good governance and development of our country, but for serving certain interests to be protected, especially those who have majority in the National Assembly that have turned their majority into a tyranny of the majority in order to suppress the overall interest of our people. What Youth Party have done by going to court to look at Section 2 to say that elections, submission and nomination of candidates, and particulars of candidates, should be done at least 120 days before the conduct of election, and 60 days before for you to have a substitution before the conduct of election. This is a provision of the Act, and I wonder how INEC will sit in their in their conference room and then decide to undermine a principal legislation as strong as the Electoral Act. So for us to get it right, we must look for a democratic system that does not steam in opposition, but allow the internal interplay of political party mechanism to determine the outcome and the procedures of which activity will be conducted. Because what they did was to take away the power of the political party by determining which method of clear. That why political party will send 21 days notice to INEC to notify INEC whether to come and monitor and supervise the processes of their primaries or convention. There was no such provisions that said INEC will create a timeline for political party on which date they will conduct their primaries. So we must commend Justice Zuma for his very timely intervention and his courageous statement in defending the principles of democracy as regards our laws and their sanctity. So what we have today is that this law that were previously made, or the subsidiary the provisions that the INEC electoral regulation made, was going to be weakening and a disappointment to the overall participation of multi-party democratic system. And if we must deepen multiplicity of political party existence, we must also make laws that does not in any way restrict them. Yes, we agree The INEC is a regulator, INEC is a registrar, and INEC is an administrator, that's involved in the conduct of election, delineation, and the management of the political party. But when overreaching and brazen interest overwhelm the general interest of the people, that undermines democracy. And that also affects the right of the people to be part of the process. And this is why we are very
Mr. Ahmed. Mr. Ahmed, thank you very much. I just hope that you are able to adjust your camera properly so that when we rejoin you, we can see your face. We have only been hearing your voice. We want to be able to see you. And yes. I'm just wondering, too, when we come back to you, tell me why the political parties themselves appear not to have protested vehemently about these regulations and guidelines that INEC put out, and why all of them appear to have accepted it and following in the implementation of those guidelines. But that's when we return to you. For now, let us come back to the studio where Mr. Isaac Anomodu, who is a lawyer, is right here with us. Thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Thank you for having me.
Right. I know that this is coming at very short notice. This verdict was, or this decision of the High Court was delivered just 2 days ago and was made public only yesterday. That's when the judgment order actually came out. And a lot of interpretations are being given to it by different groups. First, as a lawyer, what is your comprehensive interpretation of this order?
This judgment, as brilliantly written as it is, obviously deserves the controversy it is generating. This is because that judgment seems to stifle INEC's regulatory powers. Incidentally, the judgment relied on Section 29, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act, where the National Assembly had prescribed timetable for the forthcoming 2027 election. And the judge, in his considered wise reasoning, had come to the conclusion that the INEC regulation, which gave political parties deadlines, which ran counter to the provisions of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act, prescribing 120 days for parties to do that, is therefore inconsistent with that act and decided to set it aside. For some analysts, that would be a good intent on the part of the judiciary to ensure stability and predictability in our electoral timelines. But the challenge here with that judgment is, does the court have power to take away the regulatory authority given to INEC, even by the Constitution? Because the power to make these regulations is given to INEC by the Constitution. If you look at Article 15, Sub 1 of the first schedule to the 1999 Constitution as amended, it gives INEC regulatory powers to fix date and timetable for elections. So if the Constitution, which is the ground norm, which is the superior law of the land, has given INEC powers to fix election timetable, election date, to even cancel the date it has fixed and reschedule to another date. And the Supreme Court, in a plethora of authorities, have confirmed these rights and powers of INEC. The question now is, can that power just be taken away by an act of the National Assembly? Is that act superior to the Constitution? Because there is the issue of hierarchy of laws playing out here. And that's why I am very certain to say that this controversy is not over. I foresee the possibility of INEC going on appeal against the judgment. Because if INEC does not, the judgment itself does not even create the stability it seeks to create. Because like in the case of PDP versus Silva, the 2012 decision of the Supreme Court, where the there was a challenge about INEC's power to reschedule election, to cancel election and reschedule. The Supreme Court held that by that power given to INEC by the Constitution, it has power to even cancel an election and fix another date for it. Now, if this court order is to stand, what about where there are challenges during the election and INEC is to fix a runoff date for election? Would that have been provided for by the Electoral Act? Will Section 29(1) cover that? So that is the challenge that I see with this judgment. That it's in trying to seek to say that you want to establish certainty, credibility, stability by following Section 29 of the Electoral Act, you are taking away far-reaching powers that were already domiciled with INEC via the Constitution.
What you are saying in effect is that the provisions of Sections 29(1), 82 and 84(1) appear to run of the Electoral Act 2020, yes, appear to run contrary to the provisions of the Constitution.
Exactly.
Which is a superior
law. And by Section 1, subsection 1 and subsection 3 of the Constitution, the position is very clear. No matter how beautiful you make any law, the moment that law runs contrary to any provision of the Constitution, that law becomes void to the extent of that inconsistency. So these are the issues that will have to be examined by the appellate courts when INEC takes this issue. And it has to be done fast because the election is fast approaching. And the reason, like you earlier said, that the political parties appear not to be complaining about this directive is that INEC, in giving this regulation, appear to have been acting from previous experiences. We are allowing time to go too close to the election, led to uncertainties, and also led to a situation where INEC could not be sure of what it is doing with the political parties vis-a-vis planning for the election. That was why INEC gave this guideline. And the political parties, in their wisdom, have all aligned to this guideline, and we are already meeting it. So this judgment, with all due respect, is like throwing spanner in the works of an already agreed consensus between the parties and INEC, for which all parties have been working to and which nobody is complaining about. So I wonder the objective. Yes, it may be intended to make for certainty and perhaps to caution INEC that you can't just wake up and make any regulation that may run contrary to the Electoral Act. But this particular one, with all its consequences, I see it also running contrary to the constitutional powers given to INEC. And in fact, the challenge about it is that the Constitution, by the name Independent National Electoral Commission, that name, independence, came from the fact that the Constitution says that INEC, in exercising its regulatory powers, shall be independent of any body or institution. He used the word, in exercise of these powers, the Independent National Electoral Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any authority or person. So here, it means that the moment INEC is acting within its constitutional powers, it's not supposed to be subject to any authority or persons. Don't forget, the authority could be the president. The authority could be the National Assembly. The authority could be the most superior judge in the land. Anything that constitutes authority or persons fall within the exemptions of the Constitution that INEC must not be subject to. So it's a tricky situation.
Mr. Ahmed, let me get back to you. I'm sure you listened very carefully to Mr. Nomodu and the position he has enunciated. The fact that it appears that the provisions relied on by the High Court in nullifying the regulations and guidelines issued by INEC appear to run contrary to the provisions of the Constitution.
I agree with some of the things he said about the Constitution and the Electoral Act. But one thing he has said, he has also talked about the hierarchy of our laws. And for the Electoral Act, it was meant to act as a framework for the conduct of elections. And when you have such specific kind of act, INEC should be able to obey it. INEC cannot depend on the inconsistency between that and continue to be able to create his own legislation that undermine this already existing law that are superior to whatever legislation that INEC in his own regulations. And I also disagree with him when he said that political parties were not complaining. If he has the energy to go dig on social media and check chat, you will see that even the Inter-Party Advisory Council chairman, the national chairman who is in charge of political party and talked about the political party affairs, also complained. As I'm talking to you, I'm very much aware that over the electoral, the NDC, the National Democratic Congress, is in court. So he's not aware of it.
Mr. Mayor, your network is not very clear. We cannot hear you here clearly here. We hope that the network is improves or gets better so that we can return to you. The network is not very clear right now. But let's, at this time, move over to Mr. Eze. Mr. Eze, what's your response to the position that has been clearly put out by Mr. Numudu, who is the lawyer here?
So I share, in fact, I share very, I agree with him on what he posited, you know, because I was also, I was aware of that. And I took my time to also go into because the questions that borders ordinary Nigerians now is that, so is INEC now being robbed off of its regulatory power? And if that is the case, so that means it's going to be a very big problem because we have similar institutions and agencies like INEC. In electricity, we have the NERC. In banking sector, we have the central bank that regulates. And so now I put myself in the shoe of INEC, and it appears as if they are now, you know, helpless if they allow this to happen. First, I've heard the information I got is that they're already planning, studying the judgment to appeal, and that is what is expected. But the question that I want the leadership of INEC, Professor Mupitan, to wear as a cap is that, you know, again, I talk about perception of the electoral umpire. What the public perceive about INEC is very key to the credibility of election. Now, having said that, Nigerians should not see INEC or perceive INEC as representing a particular interest. So the question is going to be, if INEC is going to appeal this judgment, on whose interest is INEC doing that? Are you actually doing, because now, when you go to the public opinion,
will that not be in the interest of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Can it not hinge? Yes.
Perfect. That is why I said I align with what the legal luminary over there in the studio said. Now, so those that advise INEC, they need to get it right. Now, I'm saying this because I'm talking from the civil society angle, that the perception of Nigerians about the electoral umpire is very key to the credibility of the election. Now, INEC can appeal, but the perception, the object of appeal must be right. It has to be predicated on the constitution of the Nigeria, the provisions in the constitution. If it is anything different, then INEC will have to struggle with the credibility, the image credibility, and the perception of the institution. And so if INEC want to appeal and to say that, no, we do not agree with this judgment, then INEC will have to state clearly and defend why in the first place did we shift the goalpost and, you know, run contrary to the 120 days that was stipulated in the Electoral Act. And again, I ask again, does it mean that INEC was not involved when this Electoral Act was being made? Where was INEC when the civil society Nigerians trooped out and were telling the 10th National Assembly and saying that you people have to do the right thing? Don't frustrate INEC because you are not the one to conduct this election. I do not know.
Mr. Eze, with due respect, it appears that what the civil society was more focused on during the debate and passage of the Electoral Act was more about
Real-time transmission.
Real-time transmission. Nobody was paying particular attention to the details, fine details of these electoral acts.
No, I disagree. I was part and parcel. In fact, I remember Mrs. Enobi, Madam Enobi. In fact, in one of the interviews that she was granted, because I was part and parcel of, we're all in the National Assembly, there were a whole number of issues. Now, it was not, but you see, what happened was that the one that was being projected more was this. There were a whole number of issues. We even talked about the underfunding, the issue about funding INEC, the timeline towards releasing fund to INEC, if you remember. And we said that, why are you reducing it? Now, it is just a sign that why would National Assembly make a draft law for an activity, an exercise that is going to be conducted by another institution in whose the same National Assembly is a player? So this is where the issue is. And I want to submit that it was never to have happened. You cannot shave a man's hair in his absence.
So who should have done that? I mean, the National Assembly is an institution. The National Assembly is an institution, but members are individual members and members of different political parties. So who should have initiated it and who should have done the passage?
The INEC as the habitat in this case, and having been provided the Constitution as the legal presence, right, and even in other schedules, where it was stated clearly in this Constitution that INEC is to conduct, regulate everything that has to do with election. INEC was supposed to have been the initiator, was supposed to have been the one that would have designed, come up with the Electoral Act draft and submit to National Assembly for National Assembly to now go through into if there are changes, and not the National Assembly. We saw what happened. We saw how National Assembly, some few persons there, has to ambush Nigerians and change what was there earlier towards the end of the hour. Okay. And so the issue was that we did not see INEC resist the National, because now the INEC is the one to conduct. The INEC is to be blamed at the end of the day. The INEC is to be perceived as being biased. Yet, it appears that they were silent when the real process was going. So I know we have to be very careful.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, let me bring the discussion back to the studio. Mr. Anumudu, what does this say about giving the foundation you laid earlier on? What does this say about the law-making process in Nigeria and the quality of laws? If, as it were, it appears that those who made the Electoral Act did not cross-check with the provisions of the Constitution in making the Electoral Act 2026.
Exactly. It's a very fundamental and critical issue you've just raised, Mr. Murray, because if you watch the last speaker, he was confirming your observation about the position of civil society and the pressure they were bringing to be on National Assembly to ensure that good laws are made. But National Assembly members, with all due respect to them, a whole lot of them were so much interested in politicizing the current Electoral Act than making sure the law reflects the wishes and aspirations of Nigerians. Because if you look at this provision, you will see that not only that it contradicts Section 158 of the Constitution and Article 15 to Section 1 of the third schedule, like I've mentioned, there are several judicial authorities that have even said that the National Assembly have no power to make such laws. And this is what their legal officers should have advised them on in the course of making this law, which raises this important question you have just raised about the harmony, the synergy that ought to exist between lawmakers and the Constitution they seek to rely upon, because they all took oath to abide by this Constitution in whatever they do. So if they make a law that is inconsistent with this Constitution, it even contradicts their oath of office. Now, like I mentioned, apart from the decision I just mentioned, which is the case of PDP versus Silva, the case in Bayelsa, where there was challenge about INEC's powers to reschedule an election. The Supreme Court held that INEC had been given such clear powers by the Constitution. The Supreme Court repeated that also in the case of NDP versus INEC, which came after. And even also the case of James Faleke versus INEC. All of these are consistent decisions of the courts, which are not new developments. Some of these judgments are over 10 years ago, which the National Assembly ought to have cognizance of. But in the case of INEC versus National Assembly, INEC versus National Assembly versus the President of the Federal Republic, which is reported in 2003, Nigerian Weekly Law Reports, Part 824. There, the Court of Appeal, par Oduyemi JCA, held, and I quote, insofar as Section 15 of the Electoral Act 2002 seeks to fetter that discretion which has been given to INEC and limit the third defendant, which is INEC, to only 1 day in the year for all elections to the offices concerned, that provision of the Act is inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution above referred to, and is to that extent a nullity. And it made reference to Section 1, subsection 3 of the Constitution that I've just mentioned to you, which says clearly that any law, no matter how beautifully made, once it runs contrary to the Constitution, which is the ground norm, that law will be void to the extent of that inconsistency. So I can assure that based on previous judgments I've just cited, if this judgment, as brilliantly written by the respected Honorable Justice A.G. Umar, is challenged on appeal, I don't see that judgment surviving the test of constitutionality, with all due respect. And that is a lesson, like you said, for the National Assembly henceforth to work in full synergy with the provisions of the Constitution so that their laws will stand the test of time.
Without necessarily pushing you to probably criticize the judgment of the Honorable Justice M.G. Umar, is there a possibility that he may not be aware of these very imminent cases that you have quoted, that you have referred to here, both at the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal level, in arriving at this decision?
Yeah, like you said, when a judge arrives at a decision, it's not for me to seek to criticize, but it may also be that the judge acted based on processes filed before him. That's the challenge you have with judiciary. That's why lawyers like us are the ones that come speaking in their defense when there are situations like this. Because people expect that, like Lord Denning said, he said, God forbid that the judge should know all the law. He said also, God forbid that a lawyer should know all the law. The only thing that's incumbent on a lawyer is to know where to find the law. Now, when a judge is sitting, he's an unbiased arbiter. That's why you see that the justice, the symbol of justice, is the woman that is blindfolded. It does not see even the parties. It only acts based on processes brought before it. So the judge may have acted based on arguments and processes presented to it and the expediency of the circumstance. But looking holistically, it's important that your media, which is playing the critical role of sensitizing our people in this forthcoming political dispensation and the forthcoming election, is now interrogating this so that all the parties relevant will see their role and everybody will become perhaps more circumspect in steps we are taking towards the forthcoming election, both the judiciary, the electoral umpire, and even the political parties themselves. But in this particular case where the action of INEC, we've all been bashing INEC for, getting into territories that are not within its purview, like what it did last time in interpreting status quo ante, which is not within its purview, which the Supreme Court had to call INEC to order. We may have areas where we need to call INEC to order. But in this particular instance, we see that what INEC deserved was commendation for bringing out guidelines in good time that puts political parties in a state of readiness way ahead of time before the election. And that's why, if you notice, before this judgment, that none of the political parties issued any statement challenging the INEC guideline, because it was even helpful to them to bring their members within line.
All right, let's see if we can return to High Chief Peter Menao. We had issues with his network, okay? If he has left already. But Mr. Eze, the question now is, what are the implications of this judgment for political parties? I actually wanted the politician, who is High Chief Ahmed, to actually speak to this, but since he's not there, I pass it on to you. What are the implications of this judgment, supposing it stands?
Okay, of course, as it is today, it stands until proven otherwise. until when there is a counter judgment. So as we speak today, it stands because there is no vacuum. Now, the implication is going to be very many. It's going to be plethora. Now, because, of course, trust the Nigerian politicians. They know how to leverage on loophole for their advantage. And that is why it pains us at the civil society, because these things are preventable. Now, we are dwelling since on this section 29.1 on one issue. There are other parts of this judgment, which I will just use one as example. Section 77, subsection 4, 5, 6, now is another very critical issue which the political class are going to leverage on to their advantage. Before now, the general acceptance and belief is that our politicians have been gagged or have been curtailed so that now you cannot participate in two primaries or participate in one political party, and when you lose, you join another party. That was a welcome development. And everybody, you saw people making decisions within milliseconds, transiting from one party to the other. Now, this judgment is going to shape everything. As I speak to you, politicians, as we are speaking now, are sitting down to strategize on how they are going to leverage on the next step, especially those that withdrew before the primary election.
Either those who withdrew or those who lost out in the primaries. Some political parties have already conducted their primaries, and some withdrew, some lost out.
Now, but those that withdrew, that did not participate, they seem to have an advantage over those that participated and lost. I'm going to explain. Now, so regarding the implication is going to be very unpredictable. And that is why it boils down again that the 2027 election is already projected as going to be the most judicial exercise in the history of Nigeria. And the blame, again, goes to the 10th National Assembly for failing Nigerians. And maybe a little part on the INEC for not insisting that we are the arbiter. We are the one to implement this, and you cannot do it for us. This is what we want. Let it be on record that INEC disagree with the National Assembly on these provisions earlier before now. Then Nigerians would have, take away the blame from them. And so the implication is that as it appears today, based on this judgment, except it changes, you will see politicians now cross-carpeting post-primary election. Now, Section 82, subsection 4, states that the two modes of primaries, the two modes of a political party choosing their candidates is one, primary election, which is either through direct primary, second, through consensus. Now, unfortunately, still again, the shabby work that the 10th National Assembly did, they were silent on the aspect of capturing consensus. All they did in Section 77 of the Electoral Act, subsection 4, 5, 6, is to always talk on primaries without mentioning consensus. They mention convention, they mention congresses, they mention primary, and never mention consensus. Yet, the same National Assembly made mention in Section 82.4 that is going to be only two modes of conducting, of candidates, of a party selected candidate, which is through primaries and through consensus. And so, as it is today, now, this Section 77, subsection 4, 5, 6 that I mentioned, state clearly, made mention of the number of days that a political party must submit the list of their members and even their candidates to the electoral umpire, going even to the extent that if a political party fails to do this, for example, 21 days notice before a party will conduct primaries for INEC to come and observe. And that which means that they insisted that the political party must have submitted the membership register, which will include the list of those that will vote and those that will be voted for. Because you cannot just, the aspirants, the candidates, are offshoots, are part of those that are members of political party. Now, if INEC has done this in the case of APC, that is almost concluding their own exercise. Now, a politician who either lost in the APC or withdrew with this judgment is now at liberty to cross-carpet to another party A or B or C or D, which we already know is in their nature. And when they do that, it's going to be a serious legal tussle. Because what it means is that all these sections of the Electoral Act, which probably the court is going to still depend on, Section 77, were silent on consensus. So what the political party may need to do, and that is not that I'm not giving them maybe an expo on what to do, is that they may choose to select a candidate by consensus. So if I participated in APC primary and I lost or I withdrew and I jumped to another party B and the party decided to adopt me through consensus, and consensus is silent in the Electoral Act, in that section of 77, which is the mode, then there is going to be a big problem.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, we are pressed for time. Let me come back very quickly to you, very quickly to you, and that is to say, how do you see this impacting the timetable for the election itself? Because January and February 2027.
That is why I had my challenge with this judgment ab initio. Because the whole essence of the INEC guideline was to create for stability, was to create for predictability, and was to eliminate the usual chaos like that goes with cross-carpeting and all of that, as mentioned by the last speaker. And if this judgment is to stand, it is like taking away the control that has been placed at the gate by INEC as the gatekeeper. And politicians are likely going to run riot on account of this. It is just like the issue that was created on the matter of cross-carpeting or decamping from political party, when the Constitution stated the conditions under which you can leave your party and still maintain your seat. Now, certain politicians who did not observe that strictly have had their seats declared vacant by the courts. So the same thing here. It is important that we go strictly by the Constitution. And my recommendation for INEC is to quickly appeal this judgment so that there will be certainty as we head towards the forthcoming election.
Thank you so much. Mr. Isaac Anumudu is a legal practitioner based here in the nation's capital. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we were also joined by Mr. Kenneth Eze, who is a civil society activist, Speak Out Africa. Thank you for your time. And of course,
thank you.
For a brief moment, we had High Chief Peter Ame, who is the acting national chairman, Coalition of United Political Parties. Thank you, everyone, for your time. That's our program for today. Please join us again when we bring you a fresh edition as we take a look at another very critical issue that defines our democracy and our society. Bye for now.
The agricultural sector contributes approximately 25% of Nigeria's gross product, GDP, and employs over 70% of the country's workforce. Despite these significant contributions, access to credit and financial services remains a major challenge to farmers in rural communities.
I was trying to get the fertilizer, but there's sort of financial problems.
We are facing some serious challenges in the farming system, and without fertilizer, we cannot farm very well.
The price of fertilizer has raised up beyond imagination.
But these lamentations do not fall on deaf ears, as the Association of Northern Agricultural and Allied Commodities Practitioners, in collaboration with Central Bank of Nigeria, is launching a programmable money to farmers in Nigeria. Thus, according to the president of the association, Sadiq Dawari.
We have carefully studied those challenges and called for our partners, particularly the agro-input suppliers. We have also identified Central Bank, the ICT department as our critical partner. We want to leverage on information technology to make this project seamless.
Branch controller of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Rukaya Muhammad, says the bank intends to raise the status of farmers and agriculture.
We have a set of farmers. These are really human beings who are going to have wallets. They are going to use their money to go and buy inputs. These inputs are going to be bought from merchants, who are people who also drive the economy. They are going to have wallets as well. And these input providers, in turn, are going to go and buy these commodities from other people. And that's how we are going to grow our GDP, the gross domestic product in the country.
New Ansem, AIT News.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Customs impound more contraband items at eastern zone of the country. Also on customs report, the CG speaks on customs activities in the country. Plus more report. I am Igesebe Itinye. Stay tuned. The Controller General of Nigerian Customs Service has called for improved data registration and wider stakeholders meeting in the country. He made a call in Abuja.
The Nigerian Customs Service officially launched the Simplified Customs Advanced Declaration System, SCADS, at the international wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, in a move aimed at improving passenger clearance, compliance, and customs operations. The platform, designed to simplify baggage declaration for inbound international passengers, is expected to reduce manual bottlenecks, improve transparency in revenue assessments, and enhance operational efficiency at Nigeria's international airports. Speaking at the official launch, the Deputy Comptroller General of Customs in charge of ICT modernization, Oluyomi Adebakin, said the deployment marks another major step in the service's digital transformation agenda under the leadership of the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi.
The Comptroller General of Nigerian Customs Service has said that the AI and digital reforms at the University of Ilorin will continue. He was speaking in a lecture being hosted by the university in Kwara State.
Once again, the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, has reaffirmed his commitments to responsible digital transformation and innovation-driven governance while delivering a keynote address at the 4th Biennial International Conference organized by the Faculty of Communication and Information Sciences, University of Ilorin, in collaboration with the Faculty of Philosophy, RUDN University.
In April 2023, there was a song that was posted on major streaming platforms, and this particular song raked millions of streams in just one day because people who listened to it believed that they were hearing a new release from a global pop star. And within the same week, the record label issued takedown notices and the song was pulled down. The vocals had been generated by an AI system. A few weeks earlier, the photographs of Pope Francis had gone viral. I'm very sure so many of us possibly saw that picture. The pontiff was portrayed as striding through Rome in a long white Balenciaga puffer jacket until we learned later that the images had been generated by a young construction worker in Chicago using a tool that they call Midjourney. So you can imagine Pope Francis being portrayed wearing a Balenciaga jacket. But then, closer to us in our classrooms, we have now experienced AI systems that can draft essays, legal briefs, and cover letters in minutes. And sometimes they are good enough to pass any grade. But sometimes confidently runs in ways only an expert can detect. So our universities are therefore scrambling to update plagiarism rules, while softwares companies market AI detectors, they are themselves powered by AI. We have also seen the darker side of this development. 2 years ago, a finance officer in a British engineering firm called Harroop in Hong Kong was on a video call. He joined that call with what he believed was his own chief finance officer and some other colleagues. He saw their faces, he heard their voices, so he recognized them as his colleagues. And during that interaction, he made a transfer totaling $25.6 million. Every person that was on that call, except him, was an artificial intelligence deep fake. These tools no longer live in research laboratories. They live in our group chats, in our lecture halls, in our courtrooms, and in our bank accounts. And just before we think that AI is only good for mischief, sometimes we could also see AI manifesting in some noble objectives, like it did in 2024, when that year Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded partly to a team at DeepMind, whose AI system, the AlphaFound, solved a 50-year-old scientific puzzle of how proteins fold, accelerating drug discovery and vaccine design.
The global conference tagged Disruptive Technology, Human and Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Economy, held at the University of Ilorin, convened academics, tech experts, policymakers, head of sister agencies and stakeholders to explore how digital innovation and AI are shaping governance, education, trade, and economic developments.
Those forces of artificial intelligence, they now shape how a yam farmer in Kwara accesses markets through our phone, how a small exporter in Lagos clears goods at our ports, how a parent in Ibadan pays a school fees in 3 taps, and how a student inside this hall learns, works, and competes for opportunity. The digital age did not arrive with a fanfare. It walked quietly into our lives through small daily decisions that we now take for granted. So early in this lecture, let me put my proposition very, very clearly, while you are still very, very polite to listen to me. The digital age is, in the end, a human story. The real test of our generation is not how powerful all of these machines are or what they have become. It is indeed how wisely our societies choose to use them. And this is why universities that shape how a generation thinks about knowledge, ethics, and evidence sits at the very center of this transformation, whether the youth universities realizes it or not. So this is the hard quote for us to take away from this lecture. This age, at the end of our discussion, is a human story. And the real test of our generation is not how powerful our machines become, but how wisely our society chooses to use them. Let's ground this particular reality, what has happened, the development, in some numbers that are very close to us. According to Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIBBS, electronic payment transactions in our country reached 1.07 quadrillion in 2024, which is equivalent of about $702.6 billion at the closing exchange rates in 2024. But by the following quarter, the first quarter in 2025, the NIBSS instant payment alone had moved 285 trillion in 3 months, and that is a 25% increase on the same period for 2024. African Nenda has now recognized the Nigerian instant payment system as the first fully matured instant payment system on the African continent. And behind those statistics is a very quiet revolution. Within 14 years, Nigeria has moved from being a predominantly cash-based economy to one in which a mobile phone has become a bank, a marketplace, and a service window, all of them rolled in one. And this is the same pattern everywhere in the world. The statistics and the numbers may change, but the trend is the same. UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, reports that business to business, B2B, and business to consumer, B2C, e-commerce rose from $17 trillion in 2016 to $27 trillion in 2022 across 43 countries, representing about 3/4 of the global gross domestic product. And the shipment of smartphones alone, it's 1.2 billion units in 2023. So Internet of Things devices are projected to grow further from 16 billion in 2023 to 39 billion by 2029.
Speaking during the conference, CJC Adeniyi emphasized the need for institutions to strike a balance between technological advancements and human responsibility, noting that the future of the digital economy depends not only on artificial intelligence, but also on ethics, leadership, and institutional competence.
Conditional numbers that will materialize only when institutions like ours redesign our work so that machines handle the repetitive elements and the human beings concentrate on the tasks that demand judgment, creativity, and interpersonal skill. So it will be a continuous journey of complementarity for us to derive the best advantage and benefits out of this development that we are doing. Now, let me now proceed to the examples, considering that since we are here in the university, an AI system can mark multiple choice paper in seconds. It can suggest a reading list. It can give a student instant feedback on a draft. And it can translate English textbooks into Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Fufude, or any language by tomorrow morning. If we give it in the evening, by the morning, it is done. But there is a caveat. This system cannot replace the lecturer who notices that when a quiet student in the third row or in the fourth row is lost. AI cannot do that. Well, the example I was going to say was that AI cannot detect those that are sleeping, and you have helped me wake them up by clapping. So it cannot, when a quiet student in the third row is lost, it cannot remember a local example that turns memorization into sight, and who carries the moral weight of grading another human being's efforts. So my summary of this is right here. The machines handles the mechanics. The teacher, the professors, the scholars, the human carries the meaning. The same logic applies to us in public administration, and I was going to give the examples of customs. An AI system can scan millions of declarations and flag those ones that look suspicious and fraudulent. It can predict which container is likely going to carry counterfeit medicine based on their origin, on their roots, on weights, or on the history of the trader. But human officers must still decide which of the leads that this machine is giving him to follow. He will decide which of them to pursue. He will have to decide how to interpret signals that seem conflicting, and how to act fairly when within the law and within the very limited resources. So AI amplifies human intelligence when it is guided by a clear purpose and strong ethics. Without that guidance, it simply amplifies confusion or error at very big scale.
You are watching the program Customs Support. The acting controller of customs in charge of Ogun State Command has continued to wage war against smugglers of contraband items, including drugs, into the country. He warned would-be importers to stop smuggling items into the country.
Along the Idiroko border corridor in Ogun State, a sprawling illicit economy is coming under increasing pressure as the Nigerian Customs Service intensifies its crackdown on smuggling networks. In just 41 days, operatives of the Ogun 1 Area Command intercepted contrabands worth 6.77 billion naira, ranging from cannabis and foreign rice to petroleum products, expired foods, and counterfeit pharmaceuticals, revealing the scale and sophistication of cross-border criminal trade, threatening Nigeria's economy, public health, and security.
It was done via precise intelligence patrol. We had intelligence. And so what we needed to do was to wait for them at a point where they would be vulnerable. They were intercepted along Ogeri with other, almost 80% of what was in the truck were contrabands. Rice, shoes, expired Maggie, drugs without NAFDAC registration. So all what we needed to do was scale up our intelligence intelligence gathering to be able to track them to a point where they'll be powerless, and that's what we did. We have perfect synergy with other security agencies. The law setting up customs empower us to intercept smuggled goods anywhere in the country. Not SEMA. SEMA has been phased out. We are now using NCX Act 2023. So it empowers us to make arrest of seized smuggled items anywhere in Nigeria. But there are procedures, and all the procedures were followed.
The seizures paints a vivid picture of an entrenched illegal economy thriving along Nigeria's western border with the Republic of Benin.
We are not just catching smugglers, we are clearing the path for honest businesses. The proof is on the road compliance regarding multiple checkpoints that have disappeared. It has been replaced by a streamlined corridor for legitimate commerce. Gentlemen of the press, Ogun 1 Area Command is officially entering a new era of digital enforcement in line with the modernization vision of the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi MFR, PhD. We are deploying advanced geospatial technology to fortify our border. The transition marks a fundamental shift from the traditional patrolling to intelligence-led operations, allowing us to monitor smuggling hotspots across our AOR. Beyond enforcement, these advancements foster a transparent and accountable administration, one that remains responsive to legitimate trade and fully aligned with the World Customs Organization's safe framework of standard.
The Customs Area Controller in charge of Honor Area 2 ports has said that the Nigerian Customs Service will continue to impound any consignment brought into the country without proper approval. It seized 17 containers worth over 2 billion naira from importers at the port.
The Nigerian Customs Service Customs Area Comptroller of Honor Area 2 Command, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Comptroller Aliyu Mohammed Alkali, highlighted the achievements and milestones recorded by the command during the period under review. During the press briefing held at Honor, he informed the press that the command recorded its highest monthly revenue collection since inception, generating over 77.3 billion naira. According to Comptroller Alkali, it is worthy of note that the command generated a total revenue of 254,841,355 naira 66 kobo. This represents an unprecedented revenue collection in the history of the command.
Last month, in April 2026, the command recorded the highest revenue collection in a month since the inception of this command, generating over 77.3 billion naira. It is worthy of note that the command has, from January to April 2026, recorded 258,204,841,000 naira, which is also a milestone achievement. It is an unprecedented collection in the history of this command. This remarkable achievement reflects our unwavering commitment to revenue generation, trade facilitation, and the enforcement of excellent government fiscal policies. For the officers and men of this command to continue with their due diligence, dedication to duty, that what we are doing is being appreciated and is being recognized. And we should always mind the fact that we are here for a purpose and a goal, and we should always focus on those purpose and goal, which is revenue generation and fighting smuggling. We will not allow anything untoward, anything on custom to escape our hold, because we know once it escapes from here, it's going to the general public. So I will still continue to implore officers to maintain discipline and continue doing our statutory role.
The Assistant Controller General of Customs of Zone A has called on importers to patronize the Customs Free Trade Zone in Lagos, so that the zone has continued to generate more revenue for the country.
Through strategic leadership operational efficiency, and unwavering dedication to duty, the Lagos Free Trade Zone Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has recorded an unprecedented revenue collection of approximately 253.4 billion naira. The impressive revenue figure of 253.4 billion naira represents a remarkable increase when compared to 179.8 billion naira generated during the corresponding period.
Command has continued to record a remarkable operational achievement from January to April 2026. The command generated the sum of 253 billion 385 million 539,061 naira 88 kobo only in the first quarter of 2026. Comparatively, within the corresponding period of January to April 2025, the command generated the sum of 179 billion 869 million 559,647 naira. This indicates a significant revenue increase of 73 billion 563 million 479,414 naira, which represents a total increase of 40.87%.
The Customs Area Controller of the Command, Comptroller Hawa Abubakar, disclosed the outstanding performance during a working visit by the Zonal Coordinator of Customs in Zone A, ACGM Babandede.
We assure you of our continuous commitment to discipline, integrity, professionalism, and improved service delivery in the discharge of our statutory responsibilities. On behalf of the officers and men of Lagos Free Trade Zone Command, I once again warmly welcome the Assistant Controller General and the entire visiting team to our command and wish you a fruitful and successful working visit.
On behalf of the CGC, let me express his gratitude to you for everything you are doing. Everything you are doing is known to the CGC entire management, and we are proud of your achievements. And he instructed me to pass this information to you, that keep on doing the good job you are doing. We are proud of you. We have not been having complaints. We have not been having challenges. We have not been having any petition. For about 8 months that I've been here, no petition from this one. But from other commands, it's like on a monthly basis, we are receiving petitions against the command or against the officers. So please continue doing that.
The visit provided an avenue for strategic forcing the bond between the zonal headquarters and the command.
We continue with the interview of the FOU Zone A Controller in Lagos.
Well, the Comptroller General of Customs is extremely passionate about the fight against smuggling, and this is exemplified by the policies and programs that he has put in place to nip smuggling attempts in the bud. Some of these are the deployment of the requisite tools and techniques that seeks to lean away from reactive enforcement to predictive enforcement. What do we mean by that? Through the deployment of requisite tools, he has brought in the geospatial technology, which seeks to improve interdiction rates, better and timely reporting, improve situational awareness, better resource management through the use of spatial geoanalytics to elicit geoint outcomes. Previously, we are dependent solely on HUMINT and OSINT, but these are prone to a lot of vulnerabilities. So this GeoInt, through the deployment of geospatial technology, gives us predictability, it gives us visibility, and it increases our success rates, and it gives us better resource allocation. On the recent drug seizures by this unit, it has just been a result of deliberate and concerted effort by the unit to fulfill one of our most cardinal objectives, which is the protection of the Nigerian society. We have embarked on a targeted approach, which has led to successful interdictions that have been well reported in recent times. The officers that have done this job have been so well motivated to ensure that they deliver at the very highest level. They have been provided with the requisite, morale boosting, incentives. For example, recently we are moving to Ikberu, where we have an state-of-the-art ultra-modern office space, which, is a pride of place in the annals of the history of the Nigerian Customs Service, first of its kind. And that is a definite morale booster. It gives us inclusivity. It makes us, better positioned to deliver the goods that is expected of us to do. So officers are more than dedicated to deliver on this mandate to the highest level.
Just before I run up this week's edition of the program, but we brought you a report where the Nigerian Customs Service has continued to preach to smugglers not to bring in consignments not approved by government. For me, Egisebe Idinye, thanks for watching.
Inspiring innovation, pushing the envelope and sparking creative movements, Africa is taking its rightful place on the world stage. On this show, we'll be talking to the movers, shakers, visionaries and makers who embody the meaning of modern Africa. I'm Ayanda Tavete, and this is Afrimax. I'm visiting the Cradle of Humankind. This leading World Heritage Site allows visitors to embark on a journey of where it all began, what is believed to be the beginning of humankind. This area unravels hidden secrets and answers burning questions of our origins. Telling stories through furniture while staying true to the components of modern design. Mpho Vekya and Sifiso Shange have managed to strike a balance between creating beautiful home pieces, honoring their culture, and creating lasting legacies. We met up with them to find out exactly how they do it and why it's important. Check this out.
South Africa is home to some of the world's most stunning scenery. Beyond the breathtaking environment, the country is filled with color through its diverse cultures, traditions, and people. Internationally renowned engineer turned product designer Mpho Vekya explores the role of culture and cultural representations in our modern furniture designs. Using an array of colors, textures, and materials, each product made is more than just a piece of furniture.
We tell African stories through furniture. Most of our furniture is inspired by African stories and heritage and culture. And I think more than anything, we endeavor to tell stories of African culture so that they're not forgotten. I feel like because we don't write things normally, like a lot of African cultures, a lot of cultures really get lost because nothing is written down. And with what we do here at the Urban Native, we're really just trying to preserve what we can, the way that we can.
Keeping within the fundamentals of her design philosophy, one of Mpho's most recent collections draws inspiration from modern and traditional African hairstyles. Some of these being cornrows originating from North Africa right through to styles commonly done by Zulu women in the 1930s.
The things that we took from those traditional hairstyles, the textures that we took, and we translated that into products through weaving, or using fringe. So all of those aspects of the inspiration, texture, color, form, all of those things, we took those things and then we said, okay, great, but if you really wanted to design a chair that was relevant and relatable to the modern client, these are the things that you would need. We took that inspiration and we took the elements of modern design and we put those things together. But it's like this constant thing of you trying to make these two things come together and collaborate. Me being a process engineer makes me approach my work differently. But I am also a creative, I'm a mother, but I'm also like super practical. So when I design, it's like, okay, it looks great, but it is functional, because we're not trying to design things that are just pretty. I think people in Africa have always been creating. I mean, there are amazing craftspeople who've just been doing what they do.
One of these creatives is Sifiso Shange. He's an award-winning interior and furniture designer that centers his design ethos on his culture, infusing storytelling into each piece using colors and shapes to convey the story.
Design to me it's the solution of a lot of the problems that we have. I say that because I saw that I was losing a lot of myself in terms of seeking to understand my culture. I said to myself, if there's one thing I'm really good at, it's design. And if I can use that to rebuild myself and find my culture and get to know more, then I'm obviously doing something right with design. And I realized that I had such a strong passion for furniture, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna find a way to celebrate, modern furniture because I love Scandinavian design, but then put myself into it and put a lot of this bold African touch into it. And while that was happening, things would happen at home culturally, and I would find a way to tell these stories through the furniture.
One such story being Uthando, which in the Zulu language means love. Sifiso created a server which represents a couple's love embodied in traditional patterns and geometric shapes seen on the facade of the server.
A friend of mine who was getting married, and him and his partner had been in this beautiful relationship that had a lot of ups and downs, them losing their kid and still being together and holding it down. And I just loved how honest their love was. And The reason I say that was then I took elements of their love in terms of what love meant to them, and then I formulated these patterns that, you know, love is a journey. And it has no start, it has no end when you're together. And that's why you have that line that's within the server. And then what I did was I used geometric patterns from beadwork that represent the male and the female, putting the male on top to guide and protect her. And she's at the bottom because she's the root of the relationship. So there's these stories that I formulate, you know, using the geometry.
Sifiso and Mpho's designs are created using mainly steel and wood. The intention is to make long-lasting pieces that maintain its look and form for years to come.
So the brand ethos is, I don't want you to come and buy another server again. It's about having this one server, and then you protect it and love it because you're storing your more special goods in there.
And for me personally, with my son being both Belgian and South African, it's very important for me to know that he belongs to kings. I really wanted to create these heirlooms for them in a sense of stories, and also so that they can see themselves and their history represented.
Whether inspiration is derived from hair or culture, the beauty of well-thought-out home furniture pieces is that it can tell a story which holds a deeper significance, creating a legacy that can be passed down from generation to generation.
Commuters in Kenya look forward to an exciting form of transport that ignites a certain thrill while traveling from A to B. A sight to behold and experience, matatus take everyday travel to a whole new level.
The theme is what guides us to do what we want.
Art on the matatus is part of Nairobi's culture.
When you get to the bus stop, you just have to wait for that matatu.
I can't think of any other place in the world with such art on their transport vehicles.
I never thought I was going to become this famous. My full name is Mohamed Kartar. Normally people call me Mohagraphic because of the job I've been doing since the 1990s. So my work is graffiti, body shop, and everything about cars and motorbikes. When I started on canvas. Doing canvas was not giving me that pleasure, which, you know, every time I used to do a canvas, I always wanted people to see what I've done. But most of the time, you do a canvas, you take it to someone, maybe 2-3 people see it. That's when I got the idea of, should I try this on cars? Because cars are a moving canvas. So that's when I started just doing designs on matatu, small designs. The first time I started with stickers inside matatus. Then I started doing the graffiti on the outside, but small things, because at that time, people didn't know what this thing was. Normally, how we start, the clients comes with the vehicle. We assess it. If it has any bodywork, we do it. There's some reserved customers. They are very crazy customers. Now you have to differentiate. You get a crazy customer, he tells you, okay, you do what you want. We even did like a VIP lounge in Rongai. That's when people started knowing these are just graffiti, abstract things. Because normally at that time, if you did something, someone could not read. They were like, these are demonic things, and maybe you're cursing something. The first times, matatus, they were not like now, because at that time, we never used to do body customization, no TVs. There was music, but not as like now. 2005 or 2004, that was the first time I put a TV on the matatu. First, I did it on my car. I had a small Toyota Levin. I put a 21-inch on the dashboard. People were shocked. At that time, it was not like that. You see, like today, a matatu can have even like 30 TVs, 55-inch, 32-inch. And that time, That's how we started. Every day I wanted to create something different. Maybe the body, improve it. Maybe if it's the kind of colors I'm doing, maybe the kind of graffiti I'm doing. So every day I wanted to do something different, even if I'm not doing them as much as I used to do before, but I created a trend, and people every day try and start innovating new kind of things. 2015 or 2016, I was featured in Forbes magazine. I think that was the biggest achievement. People look up to me. It has given people the morale that it doesn't matter who you are, which tribe you are, or where you come from, you can do anything. I go everywhere, people know me. I thank God for that, and being determined that one day I would make it.
Visiting the cradle of humankind. This leading World Heritage Site allows visitors to embark on a journey of where it all began. Curator Kimberly Tommy gave us insight into what you can look forward to at the Marabeng Visitor Center.
So essentially, the cradle of humankind forms part of what is known as the fossil hominid sites of South Africa. And this is an area of about 53,000 hectares where we have an abundance of fossil remains found dating back to about 4 million years, and kind of gives us a story of who we are as humans and our origins in Africa. So the Marabeng Visitor Center was established a few years after the cradle area was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And essentially it was established so that we could bring the discoveries, the science, the importance of our evolution and what we found in South Africa to every South African, as well as to people all over the world. Because at the end of the day, this is our shared history, our shared heritage. It is something of national pride and something that everyone should have access to. So the Marabeng Visitor Center was established just up the road from Stadfontein so that we aren't disturbing the fossil sites. And essentially this is just an area, a museum that we hope is an experience. So when you leave here, we hope that you leave with a lasting memory of what you will learn inside this beautiful building. And also so that you get the knowledge that the scientists have had access to this entire time.
Creating a space to showcase our history is no mean feat. In this instance, the architecture is a feature of the journey. Architect Mpeti Morojele played a big part in the key design elements. I can imagine this was such a huge task. What was the client brief and how did you execute it?
So the brief was, because it's the site where human beings were first discovered, the brief was how do we interpret that in a building? So kind of how do we take ourselves back to the past and imagine what the world would have been like in those days. In this instance, it's about telling the origins of humanity, and it's an African story because everybody originated in Africa. You know, they spread all over the world, and we want to tell that story.
And of course, there were factors that you had to consider, considering the scale of the project. What were some of those?
I think the biggest thing, I mean, you've got a whole conference center in here, was to hide as much as possible the building. That when you arrive, you just see this mound and you don't know what it is. And then as you get closer to it, you realize that you can actually go inside it. Once you're inside, then you go down into the boat ride, into the depths of the earth, which is where the exhibition is. And then when you come out on the other end, all of a sudden you have this beautiful view that you see out here. But you don't quite know where you are. And then as you come out and go back, then the building looks totally different from the other side. And it's kind of meant to look like more futuristic, whereas the other one was more looking back. So it's kind of taking you through a journey through time, that when you come out, you realize that you're back in today's world and possibly in the future.
And possibly in the future. Why are places like the cradle of humankind so important?
I think they're important because they teach us lessons about where we come from. Not many people know that this part of the world, just outside Johannesburg, has got some of the oldest fossils, human fossils. So this really is where human beings were born. This is where, for the first time, humans evolved from animals. Right outside Johannesburg.
Right outside Johannesburg. It's really mind-blowing. Francis Kare is an African architect and was recently named Architect of the Year in Germany. He's known for his innovative ideas and has managed to infuse the spirit of Africa into his modern designs. Let's check him out.
London's Serpentine Pavilion. The new Parliament building in Benin, West Africa. And Tippett Rise Art Center Pavilion in the U.S. state of Montana. These are just a few of the unique buildings designed by Berlin-based architect Francis Kare.
Architecture must not only fulfill a specific need, but also inspire. Only inspired people are capable of having visions and being energized to see them through.
Francis Kare, born in Gando, Burkina Faso, moved to Germany at 20. He founded his very own architecture firm in 2005 and today has 12 full-time employees. Francis Kare's architectural designs, like Benin's new National Assembly building, are inspired by the local culture. The impressive timber structure, under construction since April, draws on West Africa's palaver tree tradition.
People looking to gather would look for a tree. Ideally a large tree that provides plenty of shade. You get together, sit down, and discuss issues affecting the community or village. It symbolizes true democracy. I used this as inspiration for Benin's Parliament building.
Francis Kare began studying architecture at Berlin's Technical University in 1995. As a student, he launched a funding-raising campaign for a primary school in his home village of Gando in Burkina Faso. It was completed in 2001, before his graduation.
The school project was fantastic, really. I just showed up and decided, somewhat naively, to build a school. And I did it. And it worked out. I convinced the local community, telling them we can do it. We built it from clay. Nobody believed in us. I'm so emotionally attached to this building.
The design used local building techniques and resources. The school is largely constructed from clay. A suspended roof and special windows keep the building's interior pleasantly cool. The design earned Francis Kare a prestigious architectural award, though at this stage he was considering quitting university.
I was basically studying architecture to learn how to build. During my degree, I went back home and built that school. And I realized, pack your bags and go back home. Then you can build many more schools and other things. But luckily, I had great teachers that changed my mind.
They convinced him to stay on and finish his degree. Soon after, Francis Kare founded his own architectural firm, realizing numerous projects around the globe, many of them in Africa. Like this opera village, an idea hatched in collaboration with late German theater director Christoph Schlingensief. The intercultural site is still under construction. Francis Kare's signature is apparent in the roof designs. He also drew up plans for the new Goethe Institute building in Dakar, Senegal, where building will begin in 2021. Kare has also designed many more schools across the African continent. He says he feels a sense of social responsibility to do so.
When I construct a school in a small African village, I want pupils to be able to dream and think beyond their immediate social confines. That way, they may hatch ideas how to improve their society. That's what I call inspiration. Architecture must fulfill a social purpose. Buildings must make us feel at home and safe.
Aufnehmen, dass wir uns geboren fühlen darin.
He's happy to share his architectural expertise. In 2017, Francis Kare began giving classes at Munich's Technical University and also teaches at the famous Harvard Graduate School of Design.
After a long, hard day, what's better than a drink with friends? In Ghana, a traditional spirit has become a feature of the modern social scene. This is Akpeteshi.
Too much trouble, so my brother.
I am standing on the Osuosfor Street, one of the busiest suburbs in Accra, Ghana. For centuries, the locals in Ghana distilled this hard liquor, locally known as Akpeteshi. It has a strong and sharp taste, which makes drinking a bit difficult. There's a spectacular pub in this area that has been able to transform the raw indigenous drink into a variety of tasty cocktails that has garnered a lot of interest from both locals and foreigners. Let's pay the pub a visit. I get the rare opportunity to be behind the counter with Mike, the mixologist over here, who is going to show me how to mix the famous Kokroko drink. What's special about it?
Well, there's lime in there. There is also some sugar, some mint leaves, your ice cubes, and finally add your hibiscus syrup. It is rich in vitamin C. It helps also to fight bacteria.
Kokroko means mighty. Mighty means strong. There's vitamin C in there because of the hibiscus. There's ginger in there. There's mint in there. And all of these come together to make you very healthy. All the Akpeteshi sold here are extracted from sugarcane, which in some parts of the world is known as aguardente or cachaça.
Most bars, most restaurants be offering like the mainstream drinks on the menu.
Yeah.
When the news broke out that this is Akpeteshi, a local alcohol brewed in Ghana, they were like, we know that. We heard that Akpeteshi, that thing. They tried it and they were like, well, it's not so bad. And they kept on coming. It has taste, it has flavor, it has character.
In Ghana, there are two ways of distilling this Akpeteshi or spirit. It's either from a palm tree or sugarcane. Earlier today, I paid a visit to a local palm wine tapper to find out how this Akpeteshi is produced. Now, I'm told this place is the #1 spot for the local drink Akpeteshi. Now, there's a felling of palm tree, which is, of course, over here. They have a way of operating the palm tree. For the 2 weeks that he's going to be here, he's going to be just extracting the palm wine out of the palm tree. In a day, he can actually get about 2 gallons, which will be later transferred into another drum where you see the entire process happening.
After extracting enough of the palm wine, you keep it fermented for 2 weeks before boiling. Pour the fermented palm wine into a barrel via a funnel and ensure the barrel is airtight after filling.
Can you mix with water?
No, not at all. The vapor then travels through the copper wire and gets cooled off in the second barrel filled with water.
The top part remains very hot while it gets cooler towards the bottom. This is how distillation takes place.
This is raw Akpeteshi. This potent alcoholic spirit is traditionally made this way for generations, but it has been transformed into a variety of delicious cocktails.
Gulp it all down. Enjoy it. Don't make a face.
It's strong and not that easy to drink.
I'm done drinking mine, so finish it. Let me check how strong it is.
Mr. Yao is indeed a proud distiller of this popular drink. Next time you're in Ghana, do not forget to treat yourself to the special Akpeteshi cocktail. It's a rare opportunity I'm sure you don't want to miss. Cheers to happiness.
Well, that's all we have time for this week on Afrimax. For more information on African culture and lifestyle, do pop on over to our website. Thank you so much for tuning in and see you again soon.
Hello out there and welcome to Political Platform. We are on Raypower FM, Africa Independent Television, AIT, and the Political Platform YouTube channel. I am Okiri Agbonsuremi. As usual, we are very excited to have you on the program with us today. The Federal High Court in Abuja has nullified several timelines and directives issued by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the 2027 general elections. In a sweeping decision, Justice Mohammed Umar of the court holding in Abuja nullified the guidelines by INEC to set timelines for the political parties. We have all the details. This will be our main talking point today on the program. I will have guests who will help us break them down and make us have an understanding of the issues. Kingsley Chinda, the aspirant with the backing of the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, has been declared the governorship candidate of the APC for the 2027 elections in Rivers State. This was largely expected. The victory makes a clean sweep, for Wike, who overwhelmingly has the influence in Rivers State, and with the supporters emerging as candidates of the APC in the coming elections in the State House of Assembly and in the National Assembly contests. Almost all of them, if not all of them, I don't know if there's any that I don't know, emerge from the Wike camp. Our guests today are Samson Itodo, the Executive Director of Yaga Africa, a civil society organization. Marcel Egbinine, one of the legal practitioners who prosecuted the case in court for Youth Party, the case we are talking about. And we have in the studio Honorable Nicholas Osai, a former member of the House of Representatives. They say he lost the elections in the primaries. He will tell us if he's going to use the window just opened to run away. They will all help us to understand the judgment of the court on the powers of INEC to set timelines for political parties' activities. Now meet my colleagues. I have Uju Eje. Uju Eje, thank you for joining us. The insecurity has not abated. Just along the road, somewhere in the southwest, a vice chairman of a local government was adopted.
It's a very sad situation, like we've been saying, and nobody has really spoken from the top hierarchy of the government, and I think that that's not right. And even the security chiefs have yet to talk to Nigerians on this very, very troublesome issue. The Oyo abductees are still in captivity. That is nothing. I mean, we've been hearing this thing now since 2007 when Boko Haram started. We've been hearing all of that. I mean, talking to the people, assuaging their fears. People are afraid. Even you now, will you drive from here to Lokoja or Edo State the way you used to? Everybody is scared, and it's not right. I think that even beyond being scared, the lives of every Nigerian must be protected by this government, any government at all. And it's not a responsibility they're going to shirk away from. They must oblige Nigerians with adequate security.
Now, Amaechi Anakwe, are we shouting too much?
We are not shouting enough. We are not shouting enough because in Nigeria we have normalized the abnormal, and the abnormal has become the normal. So I'm just thinking in other clime where school children were abducted. I'm not saying
and we are all
frenzy of activities. Commanders on the field, they set up temporary camp there from where on the field, not at the comfort of the offices. Coordinated joint efforts. Airport Air Force, military, police, DSS, civil defense, circling the area, using digital maps, using area maps to track and rescue. That's what you see elsewhere. But here, as if nothing has happened, we continue our lives, both citizens, security agencies, and government. I'm not saying they're not doing anything. They are doing their best. This defense headquarters told us.
But the best does not appear
clearly not enough. The defense headquarters said these are terrorists that were free, that were pursued, and are fleeing from the military onslaught in other parts of the country. Credit to the military, they've intensified the tempo. But when you know vulnerable people, women and children, are in captivity, and you're not seeing that frenzy, then it makes you begin to wonder whether it's a priority.
There were also some stories from other parts of the north
Kano, the Endeavour talks in Kano, we've seen them in horse carrying daggers, sticks. I spoke about it yesterday. And then somebody went on social media to tell us the story of a police officer being killed. We are expecting the police headquarters to come out and issue a statement. Is Kano that big enough that our security agency? I can tell you a story of landing at the Kano airport last year when we were going into the town with some VIPs. A VIP was being expected, and there were more than 500 Endeavour within and outside that airport. And I was asking questions.
Are they private protection guards or what?
You can't really tell. They are not branded. This is a federal institution, an airport, a federal airport, for example. And beyond that, Okiria, I was thinking about, can the government withdraw all the policemen attached to traditional rulers, local government chairmen, businessmen, like the
But have they not done that? Have they not announced it several times?
You still have pockets, even National Assembly members. Put them around parameters in the country instead of guarding individuals.
All right.
And you see magic happening.
Why we are not able to stop talking about this is because as we speak, communities, people, and I have told you that I have contributed money 3 times for people who were kidnapped. I'm not telling you stories. People are contributing money. People are afraid to pass through the road. And our brothers, our sisters, our babies are in detention, in the abduction camps. And I don't think it is fair for us to begin to talk politics every day without reminding the government that they have a duty. That is why we are on top of it. And for as long as there are no new measures, things that can excite us for us to take actions, then we'll continue to mention them. The much we can do is to let the government know that they are failing those citizens who are in camp, in abduction camp currently. Those who cannot pass through the roads, they pass through the roads. There are National Assembly members, when they do pass through the road, they are escorted. We have a lot of protection for our government officials. Where is the protection for the citizens? Now, when we come back, we go into politics and begin to discuss the decision by the Federal High Court yesterday. Like I told you, we have a lineup of guests. We also have one in the studio. Samson Todo of Yaga Africa will tell us how it may impact the ongoing process of elections. And the lawyer who was also in court yesterday will tell us how they managed to get that order for the Youth Party, one of the parties that many people are not aware even existed. It's one of the 21 political parties. If you go to Google, they will give you the list of the political parties. And then we have Nicholas Osai in the studio, a former member of the House of Representatives. He's likely to be glad to tell us if his colleagues, himself, within the APC, how they receive it, and whether it is going to cause some movement, some implosion, some people will say, within the party. Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly with the lineup of our interviews. Don't go away.
Chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
While we are waiting to have our guests, on the video wall, that is those who are we're going to take on Zoom, then we would come to the issue at hand. Let me just give you a rundown. The timeline set by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for political parties to carry out activities ahead of the 2027 elections came under hammer of the Federal High Court yesterday in Abuja. The court held that, one, INEC can only monitor political parties and cannot dictate when political parties must conduct their primaries for the 2027 elections. Two, INEC cannot shorten the timeline within which political parties are required to submit candidates' particulars. Three, INEC cannot impose a shorter deadline for the withdrawal or replacement of candidates, including placeholders arrangements. And four, INEC cannot publish the names of list of candidates earlier than 60 days before the elections, in line with the provisions of the Electoral Act. And five, INEC cannot compel political parties to end campaigns 2 days before the polls. A very, very, very straight, when you talk about watershed on all that INEC has planned out. And I will tell you the background. The background is that the electoral law and the Constitution, the Constitution is the ground norm. Is the ground norm, as the lawyers will put it. If the Electoral Act says, if the Constitution says we have the right to associate, freedom of association, nobody can come and say, even an act of the National Assembly cannot remove that right from citizens. It means they cannot tell us to associate at a particular period and not to associate at a particular period. We will need to go back to the Constitution to change it if that is what we want. But for as long as the Constitution says freedom of association is the inalienable right of citizens, INEC, even the Electoral Act itself, cannot say it is one that they can abridge and decide when we can associate and when we cannot associate. The second point is that the Electoral Act set up timelines by it themselves. They stated there are specific timelines Electoral Act have mentioned. If there are areas they didn't mention, INEC can play around it. But where they specifically said 60 days, 90 days, the Independent National Electoral Commission does not have the right to go and abridge it, amend it without going back to the National Assembly. That was the case they took. Some persons have asked me, can they appeal it? I said, yes, they have a right to appeal. But how would they go around it with the very learned judges at the Court of Appeal over this matter? Except, of course, Nigeria, it is possible. Uzodimma became governor of Imo State. He came fourth in the election, except the judgment is written for them. I don't know if that is possible in Nigeria. Has it been possible? I'm not the one to say it. But let's begin with the guest in the studio. We also already have one of the lawyers that handled the matter in court on Zoom. But let's begin from my guest in the studio, Nicholas Elsai. Honorable, thank you for joining us on the program today.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let's just go straight to it. How did you read the judgment? How did you see the judgment? How did you see it yesterday when it came to you?
Yeah, thank you. Before the judgment, let me also make comments on the security. I think government is doing its best. Last week, we heard about success story, what happened in Borno State. I think that is the reason why National Assembly is pushing for state security. I think state police. So I think that can be able to protect the citizens when that is done. On looking at the Federal High Court yesterday, judgment based on the Electoral Act. Electoral Act derives its power from the Constitution, which is the parent law. And INEC has a duty to put a timetable based on the Electoral Act that created it. So I feel that
that's guided properly.
That's what I'm saying.
By the Electoral Act.
By the Electoral Act. If Electoral Act has fixed a specific date, upon which INEC has to derive its power to be able to put that timetable. And if INEC has gone wrong, and people have a right to interrogate such law, and they have done that in the legal finance of our country. And the learned judge the presiding judge, have given his judgment based on the Electoral Act. I think Nigerians, politicians should follow the way, because that is the law today. The Federal High Court judgment is the law today.
Until it is set aside.
Until it is set aside.
Oh, here, when a law is enacted and when you put in politics behind it, it becomes a problem. When you also interpret and implement a law and you're guided by political consideration, it becomes a problem. Now, what the court has said is that INEC, you erred in setting this timeline. Look at what the Electoral Act says. You cannot be anything below September. And this is not the only case that is in court or was in court challenging. This case challenged the electoral guideline introduced by INEC, flowing from the Electoral Act. There's another case instituted by NDC, Barrister Vincent Otobo, who is prosecuting it, challenging certain provisions of the Electoral Act 2026, saying that there are several areas where it conflicts with the Constitution. For instance, they talked about the Electoral Act remove educational qualification as a means of challenging the outcome of an election in a pre-election case. But the lawyer is saying in the Constitution it was clearly stated that you must be qualified. So for an Electoral Act to override the Constitution, it becomes a problem. So that's the question before the High Court to determine. And don't be surprised if when judgment comes, it strikes down certain provisions. Not just that, some other areas of the Electoral Act.
I agree with you completely, because you see, when you are making a law, you must look at the Constitution. If Constitution have mentions on certain qualification criteria,
you cannot change it.
You cannot change it. And that also brings me to issues between the Electoral Act and the Constitution of APC. The Electoral Act in Section 86 empowers the APC to create its own constitution and to use it in direct primaries. Now, in Article 20, subs 4.1 of the APC constitution, it is guided that all card-carrying members of the party ought to vote.
Okay.
In voting,
don't miss the point. We'll take you back to this point. But let's go to Marcel
Egbinine.
Marcel Egbinine. Marcel Egbinine is one of the lawyers that prosecuted this case yesterday, got the case prosecuted up to the judgment yesterday in court. I hope we have him on the line now. Thank you for joining us this morning on the program, Marcel. How did it go yesterday? How did you quietly manage to get this judgment from the court along with your team leaders?
Okay, good morning. I can barely hear you. I'm really straining to hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a tiny bit better.
Okay,
yes.
I was asking, how did you manage to come quietly with this case along with your team leaders to get this matter to the judgment yesterday?
Okay, the judgment was actually delivered 2 days ago, not yesterday.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, it was delivered 2 days ago, and like my other guest was saying, we challenge the position of INEC as it relates to the Electoral Act. So it didn't gather enough, media attention, just because people did not really appreciate what we were doing or what our case was at that particular time. So it's after the judgment that people began to appreciate what we meant by that authority, by those cases.
I know you are at the airport and waiting to catch your flight. But what are you awaiting? How are you awaiting? What do you call it now? An appeal in this matter. Definitely, the Independent National Electoral Commission may want to appeal this matter. How are you waiting for the appeal?
So, Master, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Master?
Yes, I can hear you now.
So,
I can hear you now.
So what do you expect to happen now after this judgment has come? What are your expectations from INEC and from the political parties?
Do you expect an appeal?
Well, I do not expect them to appeal because this is not the first time that the Court of Appeal will be making a decision like this. Earlier on, during the last election cycle, a case between INEC against PDP, the Court of Appeal stated that INEC does not have the power to give any regulation that contravenes the provision of the Electoral Act. So I do not expect them to go back to the Court of Appeal when this Court of Appeal judgment is still subsisting. INEC has stated clearly, you do not have the power to give any decision that contravenes the provisions of the Electoral Act. So I do not expect them to go to court.
It's all right. Let us allow you to wait for your flight as you go out. Thank you for squeezing out time to talk to us and at least putting the face to the judgment in court yesterday. Thank you so much, Marcel, for talking to us on this matter. Now, we have Samson Itodo. Samson Itodo, my good friend, is the executive director of Yaga Africa, a civil society organization that promotes democracy, and they have taken particular interest in this election and the processes. Thank you so much for joining us on the program, Samson.
Thank you very much, Chief Ohere. I wish you could be a lot more audible because there's something fundamentally wrong with the audio.
Okay, let's go straight to the issue. Let's go straight to the issue at hand. Let's take a look at what happened at the court yesterday. How did you receive that judgment as an organization that has been campaigning for fairness, for strict rules application, and for every institution saddled with the responsibility of conducting elections to stay by the rules? How did you receive this yesterday?
Well, this is a democracy, and in a democracy, when political actors feel that their interests and their rights are being infringed upon, they have every right to seek legal redress through the court. And so the fact that, a political party decided to ventilate its grievance through the court, I think it's a welcome development. But we must also stress that judicial review or scrutiny of administrative actions, in other words, actions by institutions of state, it's a legitimate feature of any constitutional democracy, and it's not a threat. Now, you see, we have constantly raised concerns about compressed timelines introduced into the Act by last-minute amendments introduced by the National Assembly. Now, if you check some of those amendments that were introduced at the dying minute, they shrunk the political space, disadvantaged some political actors, and then imposed logistical challenges on INEC. And we made this point consistently. So when you look at the combined effect of a late passage of the Electoral Act, coupled with, difficult timelines introduced by the National Assembly, a difficult environment was already created. But that environment that was created required some careful judgment and broad stakeholder engagement by institutions like INEC. So when you look at the judgment, quite frankly, the judgment is legally sound, but to an extent, it is narrow in scope. And that's the position of Yaga Africa. The judgment reaffirms a fundamental constitutional principle that all institutions, including INEC, must act within the law, and that subsidiary instruments such as regulations or guidelines or timetables cannot override or supplant or substitute statutory enactments. And if you check the position of the Supreme Court, it's very, very clear. When you look at the Act, the 2026 Act was very clear that submission of list of candidates must be effected not later than 120 days before the date of an election. Now, it says not later than. Yes, not later than. But the Act does not expressly forbid early submission. So when you look at the plain reading of the Act, it sets a deadline, but it does not prohibit early submission. Now, what this suggests is that INEC can, with its administrative discretion imposed on it by the Constitution, ensure that it sequences electoral activities. And the reason for that is that there are multiple legal and procedural steps that must be completed before candidate nomination. For instance, yes, the primaries must be conducted, but the Act also says that 21 days after INEC has submitted the forms of candidates, it needs to publish their particulars. But listen, despite, this legal interpretation, I think the bigger issue here is sound judgment. And I think INEC may not have erred in law based on some of the rulings, except for one that relates to the timelines for campaigns. But INEC's discretion, should expand the democratic space and not restrict it. So given late passage of Electoral Act, compressed timelines, and coupled with the fact that the initial timetable was already reviewed due to religious observances, there was a strong case for INEC to express and provide greater flexibility to allow political parties enough time, to organize credible primaries. Unfortunately, it didn't do that.
Current electoral process.
I think the judgment is, as of today, the ruling is very clear. The implication is it will extend the time for primaries, except if INEC takes steps to either file for an appeal or it complies with the judgment or further review of the timetable. And my principled position is that in view of the fact that, one, the Act was passed late, you had reviewed the timetable due to religious observances, and there were compressed statutory timelines, that more space would have been given to the political parties to conduct their primaries. This tight time frame really shrinks the political space.
How does it affect the confidence and trust Nigerians have on INEC?
I think it will in a great deal. And this is not the first time the parties have been screaming that they are suffocating because of these timelines. And I thought that reason could have prevailed ab initio in discussing with political parties to look at what timelines, can be provided. The truth is, there are decided cases in the Court of Appeal that once a statutory provision does not provide a bandwidth. In other words, what the law says is not later than, and it does not say, and it does not provide earlier dates. Therefore, INEC, in expressing its discretion, it needs to consider a lot of factors. You cannot have the National Assembly pass laws late, and then you have compressed timelines, and you have revised the timetable due to religious observances. All of these factors collectively creates a tight environment. So what INEC should have done was to extend the time and not compress the time, because make it difficult, for political parties to thrive. And so it would
Samson talked about tight
on the part of political actors.
Samson, you talked about tight schedule, and I'm thinking now it's already tight. You mentioned rightly, Electoral Act came late. Electoral guidelines has to be revised in terms of scheduling of the elections because of festival and religious consideration. Now there's a court judgment, and now INEC may appeal. It introduces some confusion for political parties. Which one should guide us? The judgment now, which has become law of the Electoral Act, or of the guidelines, or when INEC appeals, it brings in some uncertainty. I want you to speak to the uncertainty that this will bring in. But beyond that, my second question as a lawyer, there are some people, some observation, opinion are saying this judgment opens the window for politicians to defect from one party to the other. That's for those that have not conducted their primaries.
Or those who are disgruntled and are not happy what happened in their parties, they can move to other parties now. Can you speak to that?
Now, so in terms of where the options before INEC, if INEC files for appeal and it doesn't file for a stay of execution order, if it applies for a stay of execution order and that order is granted, then status quo remains. In other words, the current timetable remains effective until that particular order is vacated. But we are now in the realm of, I would say, speculations, and we're being quite preemptive. But if INEC files for an appeal, then depending on the sort of pleas it provides to the court, and depending on the ruling of the court, we may just have to wait until this matter is dispensed with. And I hope that it will be given the sort of urgent attention that it deserves. But as of today, that window has been open because the court has ruled in this particular regard. So it will create the room for parties, to move. It creates a lot of confusion. And my point is, the actual problem emanated from the Electoral Act. It emanated from the same lawmakers, who are screaming today that the Electoral Act or their parties have shortchanged them when they had the opportunity to make laws for effective management of our elections. They prioritize their own parochial, their own political interest over and above public interest. And what is happening today is we need to put it at the doorsteps of those who actually made the law. But also, INEC is complicit.
The second question.
INEC is complicit.
The second question.
Because even though that this particular law makes the timelines very compressed, they would have taken stakeholders into confidence and consider all the issues, on their merit, but not create stiff timelines that make it difficult for whether they are opposition parties or smaller parties to thrive.
I only thought we should be fair to the Independent National Electoral Commission. The question I want to ask, just because the second question is still hanging, you have not addressed it because you were spending time on the first question. The second question was, do you think it's a window for political parties, members of political parties now to jump and say, look, thank God the windows are open. I was not happy with what happened in the elections. I want to go to another party. Pending when there is an order of stay or an appeal and the judgment is, is this a window from yesterday? Is there a window that politicians can take advantage of? Is this a window? And secondly, I want also, let us be fair to INEC. INEC came up with these guidelines because of they wanted to create a space for them to be able to print ballot papers. They want to be able to do all the printings and everything. They want to be able to have the time to do all that they needed to do. The logistics that you talked about initially. Is it going to put INEC in a very tight corner?
INEC was already in a tight corner, but to the first question, I did respond to it previously that this particular judgment has thrown the gates open for all forms of, whether you call them cross-carpeting or decamping or people joining political parties. It's created that room. Unless a stay of execution order is granted by the court or an appeal is filed and is dispensed of timeously, the space is open as of today. So we just have to wait because time is of essence. I think on the second point, the big question, and I've made the point, is that INEC was already under pressure by the timelines introduced by the Electoral Act. Now, why INEC is issued a timetable with early commencement of primaries, I mentioned previously, was because before the 120 days time frame, there are several activities that must be performed and must be fulfilled by political parties. And therefore, INEC introduced this time frame. But the question is that in the light of the factors that I have identified, one, late passage of the Electoral Act, late release of the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of party primaries, the fact that the timetable has already been revised due to religious observances, what I expected was that INEC will sit with political parties and look at what time frames. Don't forget, a few weeks ago, INEC had to reverse itself on its position regarding the timelines for the submission of party members' register, because the law is very clear that the registers of members shall be submitted to INEC 21 days before the date of a primary. So INEC cannot set, the date for the submission of the list of candidates. It is the prerogative of the parties. So if a party chooses to conduct its primaries on the 30th of May,
it is their right.
Counting backwards from the 30th of May, right? INEC had to extend that time frame because INEC, as an election management body, deals with stakeholders. So it needed to consider this. And look at this time frame. There was nothing wrong with having primaries extended to June. We would still be within the ambits of the timelines created by law.
We must appreciate you, Samson.
Feel that they are being suffocated and they have a legitimate cause.
All right, we must thank you, Mr. Samson Itodu, Executive Director of IAGA Africa. We must thank you for this analysis you have provided for us, the background and the challenges that behoves INEC now, and the expectations from the judiciary and what is expected on the field from the politicians and the political parties. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us and for doing this. And we want to...
Thanks. Always a delight. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's take a break. And when we come back, our guest is in the studio, and we still have your mails waiting to be taken, and then we wrap up. Don't go away. You are remaining with us on the political platform, and you have heard it from people who are on the field. And in fact, even our guests in the studio agree substantially with some of the upside down that this probably will cause. Let us do some practical anticipation. Is Fubara going to move to another party now that the window is open? Will Ize Yamu now say, look, I was shortchanged? Will
Nicholas Osai, who said, I have contested and they pushed me out. Do I move to another party?
He hasn't said he has been pushed out.
So let's come back to you. How do you anticipate that what we saw now, just yesterday as it came out, although the order was given 3 days ago, is going to be affecting the minds of the politicians who were complaining that the processes in their primaries were not correct?
Yeah, I think it will if the party do not do what is right. Most importantly, like my own case, the Article 20 sub 4.1 of the APC Constitution, which aligns with Section 86 of the Electoral Act, states complete simple thing that all card-carrying members of the APC under a secret open system of election.
Secret open?
Open. So
what happened was
the option A4.
No, they were counting on the field.
Yeah, the option A4 does not comply with the constitution of APC. What complies with the constitution of APC is secret open 60. There must be a ballot paper.
Secret open ballot.
There must be a ballot paper. There must be a register that can be able to authenticate certain areas.
So somebody can actually go to court.
No, it's simple. It's simple. So, but there are channels of ventilating your
within the party.
issue within the party. Mechanisms. So those internal mechanisms must be exhausted first. It is when
are you doing that?
You have 21 days?
Yeah, you have 14 days. You have
14 days.
You have 14 days.
Yes.
So those ventilation probably might end this week, Thursday coming. That's the upper week. And if the party takes the opportunity to assuage people and be able to address those concerns, then you won't see that explosion. But when the party
have you taken steps yourself within this 14 days?
Of course, I petition. I petition on 17th. Petition. So there are grants upon which I petition. And those grants are one, there were no registrar provided, there were no returning officer, INEC observer were not there in all the centers, and even the returning officer was not published up to the morning of the election. So you could see that there was a gap. And those gaps are grounds upon which anybody can go to court.
What do you think you can do if you...
The most important thing, what was my reason of entering APC? I entered APC from PDP because I believe in the president. And if I believe in the president that I've given 1 or 2 issues, infrastructure to my community, I think I should be able to flow with APC. The most important thing is that the president you believe in is bringing up policy that aligns with your people. Election ambition is secondary. But most importantly, I believe that APC National Working Committee will address those petitions. But it opens a window of opportunity for those of them who are probably want to contest.
Who are not assuaged, yes.
We are not assuaged. It opens the gate because what's the essence of oversight? The judiciary oversight the legislative arm and oversight also the executive through their pronouncement. So, and they have done one thing. INEC should adjust their timetable rather than going to appeal. That's my take. INEC should be able to adjust their timetable because their timetable does not align with the act. So I believe that their timetable should be able to align with the act.
And like Amechi said, going to court and getting a court order and people are hanging there, they don't know what to do, it will further complicate the process because we cannot change the time of handover of the election because there are timelines set by the Electoral Act, and we expect that by May 29 next year, there will be a handover. And all the elections must take place except those that are off-cycle elections.
I think adjusting timetable will not affect anything. You are saying that the Electoral Act provided 120 days for submission. So between 120 days and now,
No, what I'm saying is that if INEC goes to court,
there's no need.
If they go to the Court of Appeal and the Court of Appeal reverses or whatever thing they say, it will keep people anxious. Everybody will just be anxious.
Even as of now, the Electoral Act, even if that court did not make pronouncement as of yesterday or day before yesterday, there was still a window of opportunity for people to cross carpet. The reason being that in other political parties, and you have a situation where all the people who aspire agreed to adopt somebody who have contested election in another party, it becomes a consensus arrangement. Nobody takes you.
I thought the Electoral Act
takes you
discourages someone who has participated in
No, it does not. It does not clearly.
From a party
no, it does not clearly.
Was the door not shut against them by the membership? I'm coming by the membership of the parties, the register that was submitted to. And if I were in APC and I lost out, and this judgment has not come, for instance, and my name is with INEC as a member of the APC, and I have not registered with any of the other political party, how could another party adopt me?
Why it won't shut your door is that, you see, when you read comprehensively the entire Electoral Act, you will discover that it didn't hinge on issues of that corporations within a political party if you move. Because the Electoral Act only talked about the primary, which you participated. They didn't go extent of talking about the consensus arrangement by other political parties if they agree, because they are the ones to take you to court. It is not the opposing party on pre-election matter.
All right, let's.
So there are window of such that the laws has also provided that the National Assembly did not cure completely.
All right, we'll come back to you. You have a last say on our program today, but let's go to our mails, where we have those who are listening out there. They send to us their own views, their opinion, and what they think, should be the case, or in any case, criticize whatever thing that has, taken place around citizens' perspective. Political platform at darkgroup.com is the route to reach us. Let's see who is talking to us this morning.
Wada Yahaya from Central Area Abuja says, the ruling by the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja yesterday, nullifying the 2027 election timetable issued by INEC, has shown that all hope is not lost yet in the Nigerian judiciary. The court further declared that INEC cannot lawfully abridge or limit the statutory periods provided under the Electoral Act relating to withdrawal and substitution of candidates and so on. Given the above, all those wrongfully manipulated out of the ruling party can be accommodated in other parties to test their popularity and acceptability. Emmanuel Ede from Madala, Niger State, sent in the second one. He says, I'm impressed with the nullification of INEC pre-election guidelines before the 2027 general elections by the Federal High Court, Abuja. More so, I'm appealing to the CSOs, media organizations, NBA, and other well-meaning Nigerians to go to courts to challenge the National Assembly to reconsider and include the immediate electronic transmission of election results in real time that was ignored by it, as this will repose confidence in the citizens in the forthcoming general elections.
Tekena Dagogo in Oyibo City, Rivers State, says congratulating the candidates that have so far emerged in the various party primaries. However, he wants to appeal to INEC to, if possible, make the dates each party submitted their party registers public. We know the deadline INEC set for submission of party registers, and all parties were supposed to have submitted their registers 30 days before the primaries held. And I say so because with the days, we say people defecting to other political parties in Rivers State. I don't want Rivers State people to experience same situation that happened in Zamfara State in 2019, where after voters massively voted for candidates of one party, the Supreme Court said the party didn't comply with the Electoral Act. Also, Rivers
I think events have overtaken that now with the decision of the court yesterday. Yes. Because his anticipation, his fear was that if they start defecting after INEC had taken the decision on the timelines, then there will be a problem. But the window has been opened now. So
yes. The issue of whether you can participate in different party primaries have not been resolved.
Okay.
You know, there was a point that Marcel Egbinine made that we are not looking at. He says a precedent had already been set at the appeal court. And he quoted, sorry, I can't quote that law particularly, but he mentioned that even INEC may not be able to appeal that judgment.
Okay, let me take the last mail from Mwokolo Henry, who's writing from Abuja, and he says he's heartbroken over the kidnapping of school pupils and the brutal beheading of a teacher in Oyo State. This is pure wickedness. He's calling on APC-led federal government to stop talking and act now. Rescue those children and punish the killers. No child should be afraid to go to school in Nigeria. He ends by saying, enough is enough.
Yeah, and we want to appreciate you for always keeping it, your time, your pen, and your however you are reaching us through a political platform at thatgroup.com. It makes the program exciting, and we are glad that you are able to share your views with us. Please keep your mails coming, and we'll continue to share them. Now, we'll be wrapping up, and as we wrap up, we still have our guests seated in the studio. We have Honorable Nicholas Osai will stay with us, and we'll be wrapping up with it. Let us hear the very, very last from you on the program. Where do we go from here? How do you expect people to be matured to take these things on an independent National Electoral Commission, the federal government, and the political parties?
To me, my advice to the INEC is there's no need to go to appeal. They should be able to adjust their turntable to align with the Electoral Act. And I also appeal to the All Progressive Congress, where I contested, that the All Progressive Congress in Delta State did not comply with the Constitution,
with the provisions,
the provision of the of APC constitutions. And to me, no returning officers appears in 29 wards out of the 30. So that completely go against the constitution of APC. And secondly, the option A4 that you are seeing the social medias ought not to be, does not align.
But did they also count the way they counted in other we were seeing? They count
that is
100, 400.
That's in only one word, but even in that word, non-compliance. So I believe that APC should use this window of opportunity to be able to invite these people if there's any petition.
All right.
And be able to resolve those issues in-house. And so Nigerians, I think, is democracy. That's why you see the court coming to rescue Nigeria. And I believe more court cases will come to challenge the Electoral Act.
Yeah, they are.
All right. Which is in conflict completely with the Constitution.
All right. Honorable Nicholas Osai, a former member of the House of Representatives, staying with us from the beginning of the program till the end. We want to appreciate you for your time. And on behalf of my colleagues, Uju Eje, Mustafa Mohammed, and Amici Anakwe, we want to thank you for staying with us on the program. And when we come back on the other side of the week, we will be having more for you. At least this weekend will be enough for us to digest, chew, and listen to politicians. And those who went for their primaries in their various areas would have come to Abuja, will have opportunity to dissect and take more look. But remember that insecurity is not just a government responsibility. We also have a responsibility to cooperate, provide information. It's not enough to cry and say government is not doing enough. We are doing that already, but we should also make our contributions, applaud the government where they do the correct thing, and make sure that we also do our own part. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Ohiria Bonsuremi.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sananu Todd, VOA News, Savulugu, Ghana.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Along Honduras coast. U.S. raises Cuba's threat level amid modern indictment of Raul Castro, escalating tensions. And India-African summit postponed over rising cases of Ebola virus outbreak in DR Congo. This is the World News on AIT. I am Ogom Ezedimbo. Welcome. At least 24 people, including 6 police officers, have been killed in 2 separate gun attacks along the Honduras coast, deepening concerns about organized violence and insecurity in the Central American country. Police said the attacks targeted both civilians and security officers within hours of each other.
The first attack occurred at a ranch in Trujillo, where gunmen opened fire on workers, killing at least 10 people. Authorities say the area has long been affected by land disputes and agrarian conflicts linked to valuable natural resources. In the second incident, heavily armed assailants attacked police officers traveling near the municipality of Omwa, close to the border. 6 officers, including a senior commander, were killed during the ambush. Police said the officers had been assigned to an anti-gang operation before the attack occurred. Investigators believe believe organized criminal groups may have targeted the security team as violence linked to gangs and trafficking networks continue to plague the region. Authorities also warn that the death toll from the ranch attack could rise because relatives removed some victims' body before forensic teams arrived. Security officials have since deployed investigators, prosecutors, and forensic specialists to both crime scenes. Honduras remains one of the most violent countries in Latin America, despite repeated security crackdowns. Officials say both the National Police and the armed forces will reinforce operations in the affected areas as investigations continue.
The United States and Iran remain divided over key issues in ongoing negotiations, despite both sides reporting limited signs of progress after fresh diplomatic contacts. Discussions continue to focus on Tehran's uranium stockpile and control of the Strait of Hormuz, issues that have become major stumbling blocks in efforts to ease tensions.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said there were encouraging developments in the talks, although no agreement had yet been reached between Washington and Tehran. U.S. President Donald Trump insisted that Washington ultimately expects Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile to be handed over, arguing the material could be used for weapons production, despite Iran's insistence that its nuclear program remains peaceful. Iranian officials, however, maintain that the country will not surrender control over its enrichment program or strategic waterways. Senior Iranian sources say negotiations had narrowed differences, but confirmed that uranium enrichment and sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz remains unresolved. Iran's leadership has also reportedly ruled out transferring uranium stockpiles abroad, following directives from Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. Tehran has meanwhile repeated the demands for sanctions relief, compensation for war damage, access to frozen assets, and withdrawal of American troops from the region. Regional mediation efforts are continuing as Pakistan attempts to keep communication channels open between both sides. Analysts say the uncertainty surrounding the negotiations is contributing to economic instability, as President Trump also faces growing domestic scrutiny ahead of upcoming midterm elections.
Republican leaders in the U.S. House of Representatives abruptly canceled a planned vote on legislation aimed at limiting military actions against Iran without congressional approval. The move came only days after the Senate advanced a similar measure in the rare bipartisan rebuke of President Donald Trump.
The House resolution sought to require the president to obtain authorization from Congress before continuing military operations tied to the conflict with Iran. Lawmakers had been expected to vote shortly before departing Washington for the Memorial Day recess. Democrats claimed Republican leadership withdrew the measure because support for it had grown stronger than expected. Representative Greg Remix says supporters believe they had enough votes to pass the resolution due to possible Republican defections and absences within the narrowly divided chamber. Congressional critics of the war effort argue the Constitution gives lawmakers, not the president, the authority to declare war. They have raised concerns that the United States may be drifting into a prolonged conflict without a clearly defined strategy or public debate. The White House and most Republicans insist Trump acted within his powers as commander-in-chief by authorizing limited military operations against what officials describe as imminent threats. Supporters also argue the actions were necessary to protect American interests and regional security. The cancelled House vote followed a Senate procedural vote earlier this week, in which 4 Republicans joined most Democrats in advancing a separate war powers resolution. The growing divide signals rising debate within Congress over presidential authority and the scope of U.S. involvement in the escalating Iran conflict.
President Donald Trump has announced that the United States will deploy an additional 5,000 troops to Poland, reinforcing Washington's military presence in Eastern Europe. The decision marks a significant shift after earlier suggestions that American troop numbers in Europe could be reduced.
Trump linked the deployment directly to his relationship with Poland's newly elected conservative president, Karol Nawrocki. In a social media statement, he praised Nawrocki's election victory and described Poland as a trusted ally deserving stronger military cooperation. The announcement came shortly after Vice President J.D. Vance confirmed that a planned troop deployment had been delayed during a broader review of America's military commitment across Europe. The White House had previously urged NATO members to take greater responsibility for continental defense. Trump had openly supported Nawrocki during Poland's election campaign and hosted him at the White House before the vote. Nawrocki eventually defeated the candidate backed by Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk and his pro-European coalition. The American presidents later met Nawrocki again in Washington, where both leaders discussed expanding defense cooperation. Trump indicated at the time that Poland could receive additional American military support because of its strategic importance with NATO. The latest troop deployment is expected to strengthen NATO's eastern flank amid continuous tensions involving Russia and European security. Analysts said the move also signals Trump's preference for working closely with nationalist conservative governments across Europe.
Demonstrators gathered outside the newly expanded American diplomatic mission in Greenland as tensions continue over President Donald Trump's ambitions for greater U.S. influence on the Arctic island. Protesters waved Greenlandic flags and carried signs rejecting any attempt at American control.
The United States officially opened a larger consulate in downtown Nuuk, replacing the smaller office previously located on the outskirts of the city. American officials described the new facility as an important step towards strengthening diplomatic engagement in Greenland. Several Greenlandic political leaders, including Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen, declined invitations to attend the opening ceremony. Their absence reflected growing discomfort within Greenland over Washington's increasing focus on the strategically important territory. Crowds outside the consulate chanted slogans insisting Greenland belongs to its own people and is not for sale. The protest followed renewed debate after the White House earlier explored options for expanding U.S. control over the island, including discussions involving possible military measures before talks shifted toward diplomacy. Greenland's government recently stated progress had been made in discussions with the United States while reaffirming the territory's rights to determine its own future. Officials have repeatedly stressed that the semi-autonomous Danish territory will never agree to annexation. American diplomats attempted to ease tensions during the opening ceremony by emphasizing partnership and cooperation with Greenland. U.S. Ambassador Kenneth Howrey said Washington would continue supporting Greenland regardless of whatever future its people ultimately choose for themselves.
The United States has imposed sanctions on 9 individuals accused of supporting Hezbollah and obstructing efforts aimed at stabilizing Lebanon. The sanctions target members of parliament, security officials, and individuals Washington says helped strengthen Hezbollah's political and military influence. According to the U.S. Treasury Department, the measures are intended to disrupt networks accused of undermining Lebanese sovereignty and blocking attempts to disarm Hezbollah. American officials say those sanctions include Hezbollah lawmakers, senior movement figures, and officials linked to Lebanon's security institutions. Among those named are Lebanese parliamentarian Nizam Medini Fadlaha and Hezbollah Executive Council member Mohammed Abdel. Iranian diplomat Mohammad Reza Shebani was also sanctioned alongside security figures connected to the Amal movement. The United States additionally accused some Lebanese security officials of sharing intelligence with Hezbollah over the past year. Washington also announced a reward of up to $10 million for information capable of disrupting the group's financial operations worldwide. Hezbollah rejected the sanctions, describing them as an attempt to intimidate Lebanese institutions and supporters ahead of renewed regional negotiations. The group said the measures would not alter its political direction or strategic decisions. International criticism is mounting after Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir released a video mocking Gaza flotilla activists detained by Israeli forces. The footage showed activists pinned to the ground and restrained after the aid vessel was intercepted in international waters.
Several Western governments condemned the treatment of the activists, with some countries across Europe summoning Israeli ambassadors in protest. Britain, France, Italy, and Spain all criticized the video, while Poland's foreign minister called for Ben-Gvir to be barred from entering the country. The activists had attempted to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza before Israeli naval forces intercepted the vessel earlier on Wednesday. Israel later deported all detainees, although some activists alleged they suffered beatings, taser attacks, and other forms of abuse while in custody. Israeli rights group Adala said lawyers documented reports of injuries, prolonged stress positions, and sexual humiliation during the detention. Israeli prison authorities have denied the accusations, insisting all detainees were treated lawfully and received proper medical care. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also distanced himself from Ben-Gvir's conduct, saying the minister's behavior did not reflect Israel's values. Human rights officials at the United Nations have called for accountability if abuse claims are proven. Organizers of the flotilla insist their mission was aimed at delivering urgently needed humanitarian supplies to Gaza, despite Israel's ongoing blockade of the territory.
This is the World News on AIT. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, on live.
Welcome back. Federal immigration authorities in Miami have arrested Addis Lastres Morera, the sister of the top executive linked to Cuba's powerful military-run conglomerate, GESA. The arrest followed the decision by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to revoke a permanent residency status over alleged ties to Havana's communist leadership. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said agents detained Morera after determining her continued presence in the United States conflicted with Washington's foreign policy goals and towards Cuba. Officials stated she entered the country as a legal permanent resident in January 2023, but now faces deportation proceedings. Rubio accused her of benefiting from and supporting the Cuban government while living in Florida and managing real estate assets connected to the regime. He also repeated long-standing claims that GESA controls a vast portion of Cuba's economy and profits heavily from sectors including tourism and banking, construction, and remittances from Cubans abroad. The U.S. government alleges the conglomerate diverts money meant for ordinary Cubans while enriching state-connected elites and military officials. Rubio said profits generated through GESA rarely reached the Cuban people, despite the company's influence over much of the island's financial activity. Authorities confirmed Morera remains in ICE custody, pending removal proceedings, although no criminal charges have been announced against her. The United States has intensified pressure on Cuba after Secretary of State declared that Havana poses a national security threat to America. The remarks followed the indictment of former Cuban leader Raul Castro over the 1996 shooting down of 2 civilian aircraft carrying U.S. nationals. Rubio said Washington still preferred diplomacy, but warned that peaceful engagement with Cuba remained unlikely under the current leadership. He also accused Havana of supporting terrorism across the region, allegations strongly rejected by Cuban officials. Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez accused the United States of spreading falsehood and attempting to provoke aggression against the island. Havana insists it has never posed a threat to the United States and condemned Washington's growing political pressure. The dispute comes as Cuba struggles through severe fuel shortages, blackouts, and worsening food scarcity linked partly to long-standing American sanctions. Rubio confirmed the United States had nevertheless offered humanitarian aid worth $100 million to assist Cuban civilians. President Donald Trump suggested his administration could achieve major political change in Cuba after decades of failed American policy. He described the country as a failed state and argued that Cuban Americans wanted to help rebuild the country. Thousands of mourners gathered in San Diego to honor 3 men killed while trying to stop a deadly attack at the city's largest mosque earlier this week. The emotional funeral ceremony drew community leaders, police officers, and worshippers from across the United States.
The Islamic funeral prayer, known as Jamaz, was held beneath a white canopy as the bodies of Amin Abdullah, Mansour Kazir, and Nadir Awad rested side by side. Many in attendance described the victims as heroes who acted courageously to protect others during the shooting. Police said the attack began Monday morning when 2 teenage suspects opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego during school hours. Abdullah, who worked as a mosque security guard, reportedly exchanged gunfire with the attackers and used his radio to order an immediate lockdown. Authorities credited those actions with giving students and teachers enough time to hide safely inside classrooms and closets. Awad and Kezihar rushed towards the danger after hearing the shooting, but all 3 men later died from their injuries. Community members said the tragedy has deepened fears among Muslims in the United States at a time of heightened concern over Islamophobia and targeted violence. Several mourners broke down in tears as speakers praised the victims for sacrificing themselves to protect innocent lives. Police later found the teenage suspects dead from apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds after they fled the mosque. Family members of the victims said they have drawn strength from knowing the men died defending children, worshippers, and the wider community from greater bloodshed.
The planned execution of Tennessee death row inmate Tony Carothers was halted after prison staff failed to establish the medical lines required for a lethal injection. And state officials said the procedure could not continue because a backup intravenous access point could not be secured under execution protocols. The Tennessee's Department of Corrections explained that medical personnel successfully inserted a primary IV line but could not locate a second suitable vein. Officials also attempted to place a central line as permitted on the protocol, but that effort failed before the execution was ultimately called off. And following the failed procedure, Tennessee's Governor Bill Lee granted Carothers a temporary lasting 1 year. The postponement delays the execution of the inmates convicted for the 1994 kidnapping and murders of 3 people in whose bodies were later buried in a cemetery. Carothers' case has drawn national scrutiny from civil rights groups and anti-death penalty advocates who argue serious flaws undermine the fairness of his trial. The American Civil Liberties Union maintained that Carothers was denied adequate legal representation and that no physical evidence directly connected him to the killings. Advocates have also questioned the reliability of witness testimony presented during the trial, saying some informants later withdrew or contradicted their statement. Goldman Sachs has agreed to pay $50 million to settle a shareholder lawsuit tied to its involvement with Malaysia's scandal-ridden sovereign wealth fund. The settlement resolves claims that the bank misled investors about its role in transactions linked to one of the world's largest financial corruption cases.
Lawyers representing shareholders disclosed the settlement amount in a filing submitted to federal court in Manhattan. The investors, led by Swedish pension fund Sund Uppfonden, described the agreement as a significant outcome for shareholders affected by the scandal. The case centered on accusations that Goldman Sachs portrayed its risk management practices falsely while arranging billions of dollars in bond sales for IMDb. Shareholders have argued that the bank profited heavily from the deals while concealing serious warning signs surrounding the Malaysian investment fund. Authorities in the United States and Malaysia have alleged that roughly $4.5 billion was siphoned from IMDb through offshore accounts and shell companies connected to financier Zhou Lu. Former Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak established a fund to support economic development projects before the scandal erupted internationally. Goldman Sachs helped raise $6.5 billion for the fund and reportedly collected hundreds of millions in fees from the bond offerings. Investors claim the bank's share value later suffered when markets realized the institution had allegedly facilitated and benefited from fraudulent activities tied to IMDb. The settlement adds to billions already paid by Goldman to resolve global investigations into the scandal. In 2020, the bank agreed to major penalties and admissions involving a Malaysian subsidiary, while several former bankers faced criminal prosecutions connected to the looting of the fund.
Brazil's government is preparing to widen spending restrictions across federal ministries as official work to remain within the country's fiscal limits for the year. Finance Minister Dario Dorigan said that tougher controls are expected to be announced alongside the government's latest budget review. The current spending block stands at $1.6 billion, equivalent to roughly $320 million, but officials now expect additional restraint to be imposed. The government is scheduled to present its updated revenue and expenditure report on Friday afternoon. Dorigan said the administration does not expect to trigger a formal spending freeze despite tightening budget controls. He explained the revenues remain broadly in line with expectations, allowing the government to continue pursuing gradual fiscal adjustments without emergency measures. The minister described the restrictions as necessary sacrifices aimed at controlling rising public expenditures and preserving economic stability. He suggested the government is willing to make difficult internal cuts as part of broader strategy to strengthen fiscal discipline. Brazil is targeting a primary surplus equivalent to 0.25% of gross domestic product this year, with some room allowed on either side of that goal. Earlier projections estimated the country could finish the year close to balance, with only a modest surplus expected. The planned India-African Forum Summit in New Delhi has been postponed following concerns over the worsening Ebola outbreak as spreading across parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Indian authorities and the African Union said the delay was necessary to protect public health and ensure full participation from African leaders.
The outbreak has now expanded into South Kivu province, an area controlled by the M23 rebel group, raising fears that the disease could spread further through eastern Congo. The World Health Organization says the latest Ebola outbreak has already caused at least 139 suspected deaths and around 600 suspected infections. Health officials warn that conflict and instability in eastern Congo are severely complicating containment efforts. The outbreak is the 17th recorded in the country, and experts say the presence of armed groups and weak medical infrastructures are limiting access to affected communities. Tensions escalated further after angry residents attacked an Ebola treatment facility in Ituri province following the death of a popular local footballer suspected to have contracted the disease. Protesters reportedly set fire to parts of the hospital after authorities refused to release the body for traditional burial rites due to infection risk. Uganda has since tightened border measures by suspending public transport and preparing to halt flights linked to Congo. Authorities in Kampala confirmed that one Ebola-related death traced to Congo had already occurred, although a second suspected case later tested negative. International concerns is also growing over shortage of medical supplies and emergency funding. The United States has introduced enhanced health screening for travelers arriving from affected countries, while aid workers say foreign funding cuts are weakening frontline response efforts across the region.
That's the world news on AIT. I'm Ogom Ezedimo. Thank you for staying with us.
Welcome to The Defenders, your window into the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. We take you beyond the uniform into the heart of the service. And on the program, we'll be showcasing our achievements under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. Like you know, our core mandate is protection of all critical national assets and infrastructure. So join me as we show the dedication and discipline of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I am Baba Wale Afolabi. I'll be right back, and you're going away.
Join us for The Defenders, the show and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Civil Defense Corps has in its mandate first, protection of critical national assets and infrastructure of the nation. Second, registration, licensing, training, monitoring, and supervision of private security guards in the nation. And third one, disaster mitigation. We are among the frontliners of responding to disaster issues in the country. And therefore, today, this training is very, very central because it relates really what we do and how we respond to disaster mitigation in the country. We're all aware that the regulator and the coordinator of disaster mitigation in the country is NEMA. And therefore, most agencies who are in the first line of response to disaster management in the country are police, road safety, civil defense, fire, and others. No agency can do it alone. We have seen really that we have to come together. If we really want to nip this crisis, we must come together. As you know, that the asymmetric conflicts that we are facing in the country can appear in any form. This training is very, very central, and it is my honor and privilege to address this gathering, the development of disaster management in Nigeria, and the urgent need to strengthen intelligence collaboration to safeguard citizens of the nation. Disasters, whether natural or man-made, have become increasingly frequent and complex in our nation. From floods and building collapse, fire outbreaks, oil spillage, and of course, insurgency-related crises. The impact on lives, property, and national development has been so intense and profound. These challenges demand not only preparedness, but a unified, coordinated, and proactive response system. The Civil Defense Corps, through its disaster management arm, spread across all our formations in Nigeria. You see, the Corps has a very unique and distinct disposition. because of our spread. First, we don't live in barracks. Secondly, we are trained by all security agencies, including the Red Cross. The Corps, because of that disposition, plays a very vital role in mitigating the effects of these incidents. This department serves as a frontline mechanism through real-time coordination, disaster management unit, all divisions, agencies of prevention, preparedness, response, and of course, recovery. Its mandate is not only to react to emergencies, but to anticipate risks, educate communities, and strengthen resilience at all levels. It is also important to clearly state that no single agency can effectively manage disaster alone. And that's what I've been saying. And there's a need for us to have the 3 C's conspicuously seen, being put into practice. The collaboration, the cooperation, and of course, coordination. Very, very important. And we have said it times that number, that no agency has monopoly of any strategy. And we must really come together if really we want to leave the current field that we have as far as conflicts or security is concerned. The complexity of modern emergencies requires synergy amongst all stakeholders, government agencies, security services, emergency responders, private sector actors, non-governmental organizations, and of course, community-based groups. Enhancing interagency collaboration is therefore not optional, it is essential. When agencies work in silos, response efforts are delayed, resources are duplicated, and lives are put at greater risk. But when we collaborate, sharing intelligence, harmonizing strategies, and coordinating operations very well, we create a very stronger, faster, and of course, more effective response as far as disaster mitigation is concerned. To achieve this, we must prioritize the following. 1, effective communication system that allows real-time information sharing among agencies. Very, very central and very relevant. Real-time information sharing. And once the information has been shared, we're so happy that the Office of the National Security Advisor that coordinates security matters in the nation is now championing the cause to establish a national, well-equipped intelligence function center where all agencies are required to send intelligence. And once the intelligence arrives, there are processes where there will be interpolation, and then analysis, and then interpretation. And it will now be sent back to all agencies for response.